And welcome back to the south side of Five Points Make Arena to the 2025 Nebraska State Fair 4-H beef show, or 4-H breeding beef show to be specific. We will be starting today with our Angus classes, Angus breeding beef. Lined up at the gate right now, we do have Class 1 Angus heifers, calf January-April 2025. Exhibitors in Class 1 from Saunders County, Logan Barta, and from Lancaster County, TJ Mueller.
And good afternoon. This is Tim Burke broadcasting for Ringside Live at the Nebraska State Fair Breeding Heifer Show. Class 1 Angus is just coming in right now. Our judge for the afternoon is Dr. Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. I think everybody probably that's tuned in should know Dr. Shockey. I mean, Scott was instrumental bringing the K-State judging team to the forefront in the last 20, 25 years. He's now retired and focusing on his purebred Simmental operation in Westmoreland with his sons. And here's the judge for comments on Class 1.
All right, we're going to, we get off to a nice start. We're going to give them both purples. I think they're good cattle. Obviously today there's just a little more of the extras here in the young man's heifer. Just in terms of her bone dimension, she's kind of got that really cocky presence out here, her attitude with her neck and the way she throws it up out of her shoulder. There's a lot of good to her. It'll be interesting to see how she holds together in her hock and hind leg. I think it's okay. She's better now than in showmanship, so it'll be interesting to see how she develops. But that's a very nice female because that's a nice heifer in second. We give two purples in here, and I think, again, just strictly on quality, this one sure deserves it. She's very immature, very youthful looking, got a real nice neck in her. She's probably not going to be quite as big and wolfy maybe as the heifer that beats her today, but as this one comes along and progresses, I think there's sure going to be a lot of positive things in her as we get her into a bred situation here next year. Nice pair of heifer calves to get us going.
Results from Class 1.
All right, and winning the first class is TJ Mueller from Lancaster County, and second place goes to Logan Barta. Coming in now, Class 2 will be fall heifers from September 15th to October 6th. 3 in the class leading the way. We got Zoe Melander, Julia Wolf, and McKinley Stoller.
Currently in the ring, we have our second class of Angus heifers. These would be heifers calves September-October 2024. We have 3 entries in this class. We will be bringing back our top purples to compete for your overall Angus Division champion, Angus Division heifer, reserve champion, and then 3rd place overall.
Well, again, if you're tuning in live, one thing I like to do, and I'm a little short of my help this afternoon. We had couple of miscommunications, and my help wasn't able to help this afternoon. I won't usually be by myself, but if anybody knows anything that, or anybody wants PR that they got something sold, or something that came out of their sale, or something that you know about these animals that are showing, I'd love to spread it out, and and let everybody know. I'd sure like to let everybody know what they're thinking. Here's Judge with his class 2. Looks like he's going to start with a Stoller heifer. Or maybe not. Yep. Okay.
Very nice on these fall heifers, and probably for me in this stage of the maturity in life, I think these first two that we keep in the purple ribbon category, just a little more youthful condition-wise. I kind of like where they're at this stage of the game. As we watch these first two move, the real advantage of this first heifer is really up in the front third of her body. The fact she can get her neck up out of the top of her shoulder a little bit nicer, the angle to her blade, I think her reach out of her step out of her front end is probably just a little more what I like in terms of the construction of her front end, and still good enough bodied, enough muscle, not overwhelming, but enough, I think. Again, we're going to maybe change her just a little bit off her hind leg, her and the heifer in second. I think we could square them up just a little bit better from behind, but not any big issues, I think, that we can get real critical of. So I love the body length of this one. Really, from her forerib back, I think that's a nice female. We get up on the top side of her. She's spread out pretty good up high. Length is good. Condition's good on her. I just like to set her neck differently into her shoulder, especially up top. I think as we see this one move, again, a little of that situation, the neck shoulder junction might be just because she's a little steeper up and through her blade. But a very good heifer. I thought those two, in terms of conditioning, they kind of need to stay together. The one that's really powerful in terms of just build and mass is our heifer here that winds up in third. And, it's one of those situations she could be third or first if you want a little more power and punch and substance, and obviously we can move her up. I think with that comes just a little bit more coarseness up through the front third of her body. But, again, good quality, good enough. I think we sure keep her up here in our blue ribbon category.
Nice set of reasons. A really good class winner. In my mind, the Stoller family, of course, is everybody know it be Bear Mountain Angus from out in western Nebraska. Always enjoyed Dr. Shockey's comments. I feel like he's very good on the microphone, really good at describing them. Makes guys like me listening in the background, I could just be quiet and let him talk. But Scott's coached numerous teams that have won. He's taken teams all over the country, and I'm going to guess he's judged most every major show in the United States, and probably some out of the country. In the ring now, we've got May June heifer calves. Both these heifers are May. Young lady in first is Sutton Hartwell. Not really in first, and then the one leading out, number 1164, the young man is L.J. Wells from Wayne County.
All right, another very nice class winner. We have really both heifers are plenty big enough if you consider what their ages are. And this one here that's going to win, the young man has just stouter bone, a little better in her shape and power that she has when you get up on her. And I think the construction of her hip and her hind leg from the side is probably a little more what I like. I think, again, as we bring this a little further along, I think he's got a really nice conditioning for a heifer here in the summer. But as she develops, we get just a little more fullness right in her heart and her forerib and the way it transitions to her shoulder. I think that'll blend in nicer. It's a lot of heifer here for this young lady. Yep, and she's doing a good job. Good job. Big, long, and smooth. Maybe just a little steeper on both ends of their skeleton. Maybe a little flatter bodied than what I like. But again, the best part here is this young lady's attitude and kind of keeping with the game. So congratulations to the two young people. Good job.
All right, winning that class, L.J. Wells and from Wayne County. Second, but first in everybody's heart, would be Sutton Hartwell from Burke County coming in second. And like the judge said, doing a good job with kind of an owly little May heifer. Coming in now, we've got class 4 is a large class. These are March, April yearlings. Julia Wolf, Gavin Hine, McKinley Stoller, Garrett Graham, Camille Carr, Gracie Slaughter, Blaze Hartwell, Grayson Arbuck, Zane Anderson, and Alexis Melander. They're leading in youngest to oldest. The heifer in the lead of Julia Wolf is April 28th. Goes up to the heifer that's just coming in the ring now. Not quite. We're in the March. Goes to March 3rd. Got 10 head in this class. Well, at pointing, I'm not sure if Scott was coaching baseball or telling them where to go. So 8:14 in third goes. It's going to be Julia Wolf at this point. I think we're going bottom to top, which would make 6:42. Okay, I'm sorry. I just walked back up here. Okay, he's going to walk him again. I'm going to be quiet for a second because even I don't know. I don't believe he does have him placed completely yet.
Well, not an easy class to put together. There's just so many different things a person can do, and you know, the one that wins the class, I would say is not a typical looking Angus that I have pictured in my mind. That's good or bad. You can take it however you want. But when you watch these cattle move and you kind of study them, and you know, her extra bone and her hair maybe makes her look a little chubby to me, but I think as you study her real composition, there's really no issues with her. And she has just incredible presence. It's not because of her hair, but her neck carriage, the way it sets in her shoulder, got a nice rib cage, you know, the shape of her cage and the way that it sets into her spine, I think is really nice. She's made good in her hip and her hind leg. For me personally, I could lay her back in her shoulder, change her just a little out of her front end, but again, not the typical summer hairdo that we have in our cow herd back home. So a lot of effort's been put into that one, but she's one of those that kind of stands out. And so I think we get past that one, and then there is just a lot of different things we can do. I felt like really the next three heifers have some real quality things to them that we keep them in the purple category. You can jumble them around whatever you see fit. If I was just to say, I'm going to take one home, turn it out, make a cow, not worry about it, I would say I'd probably take the heifer in second. Now, for some of you that are really hung up on the show, you're going to say that is one plain-headed, thick-necked, coarse-shouldered. You're right. But you know what? When we milk all that out of her next year, you're also going to appreciate the udder she's going to have, her natural ability to maintain herself, her body. There's some real width to that heifer. I think her hind leg is assembled right. I think she's good enough there. I would like to, just like everybody else, I'd like to kind of freshen her neck up and change her up into the front third. But I just see too much cow power. And we've had this discussion with a lot of people the last year or so about how maybe the show ring is getting further removed from the real world. I think that's real world kind of cattle for me. So you may or may not like her in the show ring. That's fine. The heifer in third. She's got a little more of the presence that we like in terms of the sharpness of neck up over the crest of it. Her body length is good. Again, the same kind of skeleton in terms of her rib cage. Her length of hip is good. I read that one to be really a nickel straighter in her shoulder, but maybe more so in her hock. And so we don't really see her reach out and take, as comfortable stride as some of the cattle on either side of her. But I think standing here, she's got nice presence. I think a lot of physical breeding pieces that, as a breeder, we can work around and really make some good progeny out of that one there. The heifer in fourth, I've bounced that one around. How far can we go up with her? I think standing, she is really nice. A beautiful head. Again, a little more of the Angus character in the shape of her neck and her shoulder. In beautiful condition. I think you've done a good job feeding her. Enough body, enough muscle for me in an Angus heifer. Not as overwhelming as a couple ahead of her. We get her on the move. I'm maybe just not quite as fuzzy in the way she handles her hind leg in particular. Her shoulder's fine, but it's her hind leg. And then you kind of add the equation. She's just not quite as far along in her dimension. So she's one of those I can sure bounce up and down the lineup here. But that's a very high-quality heifer. It gives us a lot of presence when we get her stopped. The next one, another one, really heads up alert, love her up front. It's going to take some time yet to get some maturity and get a little more real mass in that one. I don't know if she's ever going to have quite enough bone to really make her look that powerful, but you get in behind her, it's there. It's just kind of the middle third. This heifer just hasn't quite come along quite as far as someone up ahead of her. But there's some really cool pieces to her. I just don't think there's just quite enough cow yet at this stage of her development. The next one, standing, resembles a couple up ahead of her in terms of her body, a big skeleton, a little heavier structured. But as we put this one on the move, again, she just kind of crosses the line for me of being a little steeper up in her shoulder than what I personally like. And I just like to see this one reach out and take a big old step to where she feels more comfortable and maybe just not quite so choppy. The next one, sometimes we can hide fat in the right places and sometimes we don't. And it's just sitting right down in her chest. And again, we get her on the move. She waddles a little too much from behind. I think just kicking her out and freshening her up would really help. She's got some cool pieces to her. Head, neck shape's good. Big old top in that when you get in behind her. But just kind of some things that get a little concerning right off the bat when we pick her up, start to pick her apart. Another one that's big and long and heavy boned. Not quite as big a fan of her feet and the way she handles her, particularly her hind toes or hind ankle. But there's some things about this heifer here in terms of her body length and her bone work could be as good as any heifer we have in the class. Next one, just a nice one. We just got to give her a little bit more of that wow factor. We kind of start dissecting these last 4 or 5 heifers and just kind of some little things that keep them out of the big picture deal. But this is a big, deep-bodied heifer. Even the heifer we have completing the class. Framework's good, length of body's good. We just need to make that one a little bit better in terms of her hock design, the way she handles her hind leg. But we still give a lot of blues because I think we can also in the same breath say that's just a pretty good high-quality heifer there. Good class. Interesting class to go through.
And receiving blue ribbons today in Class 4, Gracie Slaughter, Thurston County.
Okay, winning that class, we apologize. We're going to kind of work on this a little bit. Hopefully, the gals at ringside are going to maybe go talk to them, and hopefully we can get the classes back up on the other side of the ring. I don't know if the young gal got confused in the front, but we apologize because that was very hard to see for everybody, including anybody in the stands. Winning that class was Grayson Arbuck from York. Second in that class, Alexis Melander from Merritt County. Third in that class was Garrett Graham from Colfax County. Fourth in that class goes to Zane Anderson from Webster County. Fifth in that class, Grace Slaughter from Thurston County. Sixth, Blaze Hartwell from Burt County. Seventh, McKinley Stoller. Eighth to Julia Wolf. Ninth to Camille Carr. And 10th to Gavin Hine. Coming in the ring now, we have a very big class of February's. Coming in oldest to youngest, youngest to oldest. We have another. Nobody wanted to be in January. I guess it was cold out then. Looks like at least 10 or 11 Februarys and only 3 Januarys in the next class. But this class will sure take Doc a minute. Real excellent heifer. Win that last class at Grayson Arbucks again. And I do know that one came from AK Show Cattle, Alex Kimmerling there in York. Heifer that they've campaigned and done a lot of good with this year. Second in that class again was Alexis Melander. Okay. In this class, starting with the youngest heifer, we have Jezebel Olson, Braxton Renardson, Livia Phillips, Luke Schur, Laundry Cross, Jack Koning, Justin Pope, Reagan Graham, Matthew Luby, Grayson Holopeter, Brendley Albert, Trapper Wilcox, Zephyr Mowinkle, and Brogan Banish. Again, this is February's leading out. Jezebel Olson is leading out with a February 29th, going to the last heifer in the ring of Brogan Benish's is a February 4th. And again, I say it every year, and we don't quite ever get it done, but I really wish we had pedigree information on these cattle. I could share with you, show you a little more information. We'll be able to do that during the week with the open show, but unfortunately that just isn't provided to us. So we're a little lost on that, but if you do, like I said, if you have a winner or if you hear something, again, this is Tim Burke from Genoa helping Ringside Live. If you know how to shoot me a text, let me know. My phone number is 402-750-0440. If you know some of these cattle and want me to give them a shout out, I'll sure be glad to do it. $14 heifers in this class, so this should sure take him again. And boy, it's kind of like the last class. You know, he's really got one of everything. Or he's almost got two of everything. But I know there's several heifers in here that have been campaigned successfully and done some good this year. He's starting to make his first pull, and then I'm sure he'll walk him again. At this point, like I said, I apologize. We're at a real disadvantage in the ring with the cameras. He's got him pushed right up against the rail against us, and we realize it's hard to see him, and it's also really hard for the camera to get a good angle. It's hard for the people in the stands. So he'll get him walked out here. Maybe we'll get that straightened around a little bit.
right. Very nice. To me, this class was just a little easier for me to kind of gather it up and put it together. And very nice heifer up here on top. Again, I think this one just has some real stuff to her. You get up on the floor of her chest and study her and the way she's built there back into her pins. I think that naturally she just opened up really good when you consider the kind of conditioning she's in. I think she's spot on where she needs to be. I like her at the surface. She's got pretty nice feet that seem to be pretty dense. I think as you watch these first three purple heifers walk, that one to me, her reach out of her front end and her shoulder is a little more ideal. Big stout hind leg up underneath her. A couple little areas we might like to tweak her, set her loin up just a little bit. You know, she gets just a little easy right ahead of her tail head and that loin junction. Maybe there's a time or two at the top of her shoulder you'd like to set in a little bit differently. But when you naturally get a little more width and power, we're going to open them up just a little bit more. These next two heifers, I think, are very similar, except the heifer in second's just 2 ribs longer than the heifer in third. But they're similar where I'd like to change them, and they're both a little straighter up front, maybe just a little finer bone, but I love their body depth, their smoothness. I thought the heifer in second was just enough longer made that we need to keep her up in the second slot. The heifer in third might be just a little sharper about her ear and her head and her neck shape, but maybe gets a little shorter. So to me, that was really kind of the decision I thought here in this particular class as to which one of those two deserves the second slot. But they're both very nice heifers, and I think quality-wise, they sure need to stay up in the purple ribbon. This heifer that we end up in fourth, we start our blues with. From her hooks forward, very nice. Again, good conditioning. She's got some bone. She's got some natural width to her when we consider that she's got a little extra frame. I think this one, if we could just build her hock shape and her hind leg a little differently from the side. She gets a little sharper hock, doesn't handle it quite as nicely from the side, but I like that one, especially the front half of her body forward. Young lady does a good job letting this heifer have some presence out here. Another one, we've seen a lot of these in showmanship, another one that's really long and loose made, and again, pretty flexible is kind of what comes to my mind when I see this heifer. Enough where it also maybe becomes a little bit of an issue right in behind her shoulder. She gets a little easy, and kind of like the heifer ahead of her, maybe not as extreme. I'd like to just change the set of her hind leg just a nickel if we could. But I think two cattle that are very similar. They're cattle that have good presence, and they've got good length. They've got some stuff to them when you consider they're also pretty lean here in this makeup. We step down a little bit in just what the mature size is going to be, and that ain't a bad thing. This one is a good example. Again, we get them out of the show ring and we stick them into the pasture and make cows out of them. We're probably going to appreciate this one a little more than some up ahead of them because she is pretty moderate. She's got a nice hind leg, and in fact, there's reasons to bump her up a notch or two because of her hind leg if there's just enough cow. And then if we could change her shoulder, she's a little straight up in her shoulder for me, but there's some good fun breeding pieces with her, and I hope you got her bred and you'll make a nice cow here for you down the road. Another one, good presence up front. Just like to change her when she moves a little bit, and I read this one to be a little flatter, I think, from one end to the other. We get into the next. There was another blue ribbon heifer here the young man has, really stout, just gets a little bit coarser and a little steeper in her hock. As we run into the red ribbon cattle, plenty of them have enough muscle to them. They're maybe just a little coarse, and that's kind of how we see some of those. We get into the last couple of heifers, they just need a little more stuff to them. They're just a little flatter and narrower constructed in the way that they're built. But a good class and certainly a nice trio, I think, to work with up here on the top end.
And results of Angus heifer's class.
All right, we're going to go top to bottom. She likes to go bottom to top, the big voice lady does. Winning that class, entry number 1236, Brogan Benish from Boone County. Second in that class will be Braxton Rernitson from Custer County. Third, Trapper Wilcox. Fourth, Brentley Alber. Fifth goes to Justin Pope. Sixth to Olivia Phillips. Seventh goes to Reagan Graham. Eighth to Matthew Libby. Ninth, Landry Cross. 10th goes to Jezebel Olson. 11th, Zephyr Mowinkle. 12th to Luke Schur. 13th to Grayson Holopeter. And 14th goes to Jack Koenig. Again, winning that class, Brogan Benish from Boone County. Second, Braxton Rernitson from Custer County. And third, Trapper Wilcox from Antelope County. Really a tough, challenging class. Okay, coming in the ring now, we have 3 Januaries. We have Corbin Kunk from Saline County with a January 7th. Bristol Bushow from Webster County with a January 5th. And Carter Tremblay also from Webster County with a January 2nd.
Another just a real sensible female. I like this one. It's interesting. Here we are in January, and the smallest class we've had so far. And I think you could surround her with several other ones that we've seen, and she's still going to come out on top. I think she got a lot of the nice pieces to work with as far as breeding is concerned. Her design, her image, her feet and legs are good. She's got enough to her in terms of rib and muscle. Probably for the show ring, she needs to be just a nickel bigger, but I think in the real world, she's just about where she needs to be. Decision was for second, and again, it can go either way. Obviously, today, there's just a little more power and punch in the heifer in second in terms of muscle and rib. Good job. We'd like to freshen her up. She's gotten just a little chunky up in her neck and a little coarser, and probably not quite as limber and flexible at the ground like this heifer here, but there's just enough more to her. The heifer that's maybe not having the best state fair right now is a little tough. And young lady, I appreciate you working with us. That heifer's much more refined up in her neck and her shoulder. Body length is good. Just a little emptied out here today. She needs, I think, for extra frame, just a notch more rib cage and muscle when you get in behind her. But she's got a nice look up to the front third of her body, which makes that pair there for second pretty close.
All right. Winning the January heifer class 6 goes to Corbin Kunk from Saline County. Second to Carter Tremblay of Webster County. And third to Bristol Bushow of Webster County.
Now bringing our final
Okay,
class
we've got
of
one more
Angus yearling
class of
heifers expected to
Angus
bring back
heifers calved August to
2022,
December.
2023. 2 entries today here in
Leading
class
out,
7.
we have Hadley
Following this
Hartman
class, we will
with
return our first and
October
second purples from
20th,
classes
and
1 through
Braxton
7 to
Rernison
select
from
your
Custer
overall
County with
champion Angus
a
heifer,
October
reserve
4th.
champion Angus heifer, and 3rd place overall.
As soon as this is over, we'll have, well, they're going to pick the top 3 in the Angus. We'll have the selection of the champion as soon as this class is over. I'll be interested to see what Dr. Shockey has to say about this one. It's taking nothing away from the second place heifer, but per usual, the Hartman family's brought us a great one in this class. Heifer that's leading out right now is just tremendous in her appearance, in her body shape. And earlier today, we're broadcasting Hadley also won the senior showmanship that we had this morning, which is one of the reasons we're just getting around the show. The showmanship competition was just outstanding this morning. There was, I don't know how many kids, but I'm going to say just darn near all of them. He's going to leave them the way they are. Here's comments from Dr. Shockey coming, I'm sure.
All right, we'll leave them stand as they were brought to us. A nice heifer here again, just one of those that just kind of captures your attention when she walks in. Nice at the surface, one that's got a little extra skeleton, a little size to her, but yet we're not one that doesn't have enough real stuff to her. Her rib cage is good. She's opened up in her chest, got enough muscle for an Angus heifer. Just, again, really, really captivating for a senior yearling, and certainly a very nice one. I again, kind of teeter on whether I go purple-blue here for second. I think this is a nice heifer in second, obviously in a different league than our class winner. We kept her in the blue ribbon category. I would like to give her a little more presence out here. She's just a little deeper necked and a little playing right into her chest. Probably could use more bone, but fundamentally, I think pretty fault-free. Her skeleton's good enough. She's going to have enough body, enough muscle. She isn't extreme in any area, but I think just pretty basic in terms of her kind and type. So nice pair, but certainly a very, very nice one up here on the top end.
All right, and winning the class fall yearling heifers was Hadley Hartman, second to Braxton Rarison. Okay, we're going to bring the class winners back in to pick the champion heifer, first and second.
Selection of your champion, reserve champion, and third place overall Angus heifers.
And they're going to pick a third place as well. Okay, leading out now with a February heifer calf would be T.J. Mueller from Lancaster County, winning the second class, would be a September of 24. McKinley Stoller from Hayes County. First in class 3 is Mr. L.J. Wells from Wayne County with a May heifer. Fourth in the ring is going to be Grayson Arbuck from York County, winning the March heifers. The February heifer will be Brogan Benish, be the fifth heifer in the lineup. Coming in class 6 will be Corbin Kunk from Saline County. And then the heifer we just saw winning the last class of the day, Hadley Hartman, with an October of 23 fall heifer.
Once the champion heifer is selected, we will pull in the second purple if there is one available from the corresponding class.
The seconds pulling in be Logan Barta from Saunders County, Julia Wolf from Saunders County, also second in the September of 24s. The May-June second heifer was Sutton Hartwell. March-April second place heifer was Alexis Melander. The February heifer second place was Braxton Rierson, and also the January heifer is Carter Tremblay, and Braxton Wilson also exhibited the second place heifer in the fall yearling division. I believe Chad Shockey left her in the blue ribbon division, so I don't believe she's eligible to come back out here. This is purple ribbons only. They're going to pick top 3.
right. I wanted to make sure we had time. I know it seems pretty loud to me, and I'm not smart enough to talk over somebody. So there's 3 out here that I think really make this Angus lineup good and interesting. And young lady, forgive me, I don't remember her age. I'm going to say March, something like that. The fuzzy heifer, again, interesting. I said in class, different, and she's still the most different one out here. You can love her, you can hate her. I don't care. As a breeder, I see a lot of fun things to work with on her. Her bone work's incredible. Her silhouette is really nice. Again, I think that's one thing that you get off the side here, and she's one of those that really gathers your attention very quickly. Probably of the other 2 we're comparing her to, she's probably not as truly wide-built, as bold-made, as big-pinned as the other 2 cattle out here, but from the side, that is a fun one and will be a fun one to breed on. The one right behind her, I believe that was the Feb class. Again, she has her moments. This is not one of her moments where she looks real good because of that loin issue. It's kind of like one of those that she's just getting ready to ride one and really wanting to dip in her loin, and we talked about that in class. But boy, I tell you what, from up front, her chest width, she's square to the ground. She's got nice feet. She's got a big, strong hip and hind leg to her. Naturally, that's one that's really built from one end to the other with some real natural width and substance to her. From the silhouette, maybe just doesn't capture us quite as quickly, but nice female. Then, of course, our senior yearling, there was only 2 in that class, and she sets the bar really high. What she ends up doing for me is she takes the goods that we find here in our March and our February division, and she's the one that kind of puts that in the complete package. So let's give our last class winner a nice hand. That will be our champion. Congratulations to her. I don't know if the second's back there handy. Partner, you gonna no go? Okay. For reserve, we're gonna use the little fuzzy heifer. Congratulations to her. Pull on out. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Grand champion is Hadley Hartman, and reserve will be Grayson Arbuck. And he needs a third.
Yeah, it's that one. But yeah, that's okay. I see her come in, yeah. We talked about the cow power in her. I'd just like to freshen her up in her neck. And actually, the third, the young man here with the Feb heifer, he's going to be our third overall. We're going to pick a top 3 today because I understand we're going to have a top 5 overall. So keep her handy. Nice female.
That'll be Brogan Benish with the third overall. So again, winning it was Hadley Hartman from Johnson County with a February 20th of 2023. Reserve went to Grayson Arbuck from York with a March heifer, the fuzzy one. And third overall was Brogan Benish with her February from Boone County. All right, we got the Charolais coming up next here. Getting lined up to go in. We got 3 January calves coming out here in just a minute.
Congratulations to our top 3 Angus heifers. Your third overall Angus heifer goes to Brogan Benish from Boone County. Your reserve champion Angus heifer is exhibited by Grayson Arbuck from York County. And receiving $100 that is sponsored through the Nebraska 4-H Foundation but donated by Pinnacle Bank, Polly and Frank Parch, Agricultural Services, Inc., and Aurora Co-op. Your grand champion heifer in the Angus division goes to Hadley Hartman of Johnson County. Congratulations. As you can see, we have moved into our first class of Charolais breeding beef. This would be class 8 today. We do have 70 classes of breeding beef to work through, and this is class 8, Charolais breeding beef.
All right, in the ring now, January heifer calves. Guess be right to left to me. 1660 be Blake Mueller from Lancaster County. And we have 2 entries from Cooper Elson from Buffalo County. These heifers are all born in January of 2025.
we'll try to get through this here in this first class of Charolais. There's just a lot of if and what happens, and they'll be switched around quite a bit. Right now, the way I see them, this little heifer calf that's going to win, a little smoother, and basically I just like the design of her hind legs. She just looks more comfortable out here as we lead her around, and she'll be big enough. You know, obviously today she looks a little small, but she's going to make a big enough heifer. There's no problem there. So obviously the heifer that winds up here in second's really stout. I like her smoothness as I compare to the heifer in third, especially come out of her shoulder. She ties into her forerib, up high in her spine, just a little bit nicer than the heifer here in third. Just a little tighter off her hind ankle, doesn't move quite as smoothly and comfortable, but we get her stopped. You know, there's sure reasons that we can switch that pair because she's got some extra punch to her. The best necked heifer is the one that ends up here in third, and I think it's just a matter of kind of getting her kind of geared into the show ring. If she fills in and if she transitions her shoulder a little better into her forerib, then this one here could very well be the best one on down the road. So right now with her attitude and the way she's acting, it's a little tough to get a real good read on her because she just doesn't hold together quite as nice in her spine and her top line. But I think there's some neat pieces to work with on her, especially up in the front third of her body.
And results of Charolais heifers Class 8 receiving a blue ribbon today, Blake Mueller. Second purple to Cooper Elson, and first purple to Cooper Elson. Now entering the ring, Class 9.
Okay, coming in the ring now, we've got two entries. We got a Micah Mueller with a October 24th, and Johannes Bumstead from Garfield County with a September 10th of 24. The entry 1676, just leading the way there, is Micah Mueller from Lancaster County, and then Johannes Bumstead from Garfield County is following. Really a powerful pair of heifers. And he's going to leave them as they stand. Here's Judge Hockey.
Very nice. Our class winner, you know, she's really smoother, and even with that, without that hair coat, I think the way she blends her shoulder, her forerib, her length of body is really smooth. I think that smoother hair coat just kind of helps put it all together. I like both of them really well in feet and legs. I'm probably just a little more inclined to lean towards the hind leg construction of this heifer that wins the class. Set her down her tail head a little bit. Obviously, she matures. We get some body. We get her bred. That'll make a big difference on that one right there. But there's a lot of nice pieces to her, a lot of quality. She needs to get a purple. I like some structural advantages to this heifer here in second. Good off her hind leg. She's one that's going to have some muscle to her. She's going to need some time, like the class winner, to develop some body. We just like to blend her to get a little smoother if we could, in her shoulder and down her top and out through her tail head. But nice female. Again, structure-wise, she's always going to be very competitive because her skeleton's built pretty good.
Results of Class 9 Charolais heifers, a blue ribbon to Johannes Bumstead from Garfield County, and a purple ribbon for Micah Mueller from Lancaster County.
What she represents is one that is just absolutely dominant in terms of that skeleton.
We're now moving into Class 10, Charolais yearling heifers, calved March-April 2024. One of our largest classes of Charolais today. We do have 6 entries today in Class 10.
Okay, leading the class in March heifers in is Blake Hasselbrook from Platte County. And we have Cora Ridenauer from Dixon County, Bo Thompson from Dakota County, Luke Sondrup from Nance County, Reese Schurer from Frontier County, and Jory Drucke from Antelope County. Sure, some well-known Charolais breeders represented in this class. This is the March heifers. The first two, Blake Hasselbrooks and Cora Ridenhours, are both April heifers. Entries 1076 and 106, if you can see them on the background, and then the other four heifers were all first part of Marches. The 5th of March looks like a great day to have a Charolais heifer in my program.
It'd be nice if we could take the strength of these two heifers and combine it and get where we want to be. As I look at them, they're just physically so much different than either one, and I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer. We have to give them an answer today just for state fair standards. But I guess I think about taking these two home and breeding them, and what do I want to do, what I want to achieve. I think we got certainly a lot of power, a lot of muscle. We can raise commercial bulls out of this one right here. The bone, the power that she has. Obviously, if we could refine the crest of her neck up, her udder, her teat side, just give her a little more ladylike appearance, if you will, I think that would make it a much easier call for me to go ahead and start the class. So some of that neck shape is a little bit of a combination. We get that much muscle in one, and maybe just a little extra feed has kind of been a little bit of her issue, perhaps, in my opinion. But very dominant in terms of her natural width, her body, the muscle, the bone that she has. Obviously, the heifer in second on the other end of the spectrum, much more refined, her length of neck. She still has nice feet and legs. She moves good. Length of body's good. She's never going to be one that's as powerful as that one. So if you want something that's a little prettier, and you can find a bull, and there's a lot of them, that'll punch that one up a little bit and give her more substance. She makes a nice breeding piece as well. So they're both too much good in them, I think, as breeding cattle, even though they're nothing alike. I wanted to keep them in the purple category because I think we can find options to breed those two heifers too and make some improvements. The next two are nice cattle, and as they stand, I think it's a little easier to kind of place them like we have. I thought the heifer in third, just a little smoother blending in her shoulder. I think both heifers in third and fourth, we want to modify them just a bit off their hind leg and the way that they go. I just thought there's a little more smoothness here in third. There's a little more length of body than the heifer in fourth. And I think as we get off this side, I probably thought that this heifer in third is just a little nicer in her chest and back into her flank. Her underline is a little more correctly balanced than what we have here in fourth. But that's a very close call here. And same with our two red ribbon heifers. We've got one that's just a lot bigger statured. Her body length's good. We do need to definitely fix that one off her hind legs. She gets just a little scissor leg and a little tighter from behind, but big and long. Obviously, the heifer behind her is going to be a little more moderate, might have just a little more width to her. She has some issues, too, off her hind leg and the way that she handles them. So we want to change both of those if we could, just a bit in terms of structure. Interesting class. Not an easy one to place, no doubt about it.
Results of Class 10 Charolais heifers receiving blue ribbons today. Reese Skur from Frontier County, Cora Ridenauer, Dixon County, Luke Sonderup, Nance County, Jory Deruki, Antelope County. Second purple to Bo Thompson from Dakota County, and first purple to Blake Hasbrook from Platte County. Currently lined up facing the south is our 11th class of the day. This would be our Charolais yearling heifer class, Heifers Cab, January, February 2024.
These ewes were born January 16th to February 7th.
I think in this case here, we have two purple heifers up here on top, and it's a situation where I like where they're good. I like where they're good at, and it makes the decision pretty close. I think from the forerib back, there's just a little more strength, a little more rib cage. I love the construction of the hip and hind leg and the bone work of the heifer that's going to win the class. Again, they may be a little steeper up in her shoulder. She's a little lower headed. She doesn't carry her neck quite as nicely out of her shoulder. Partly we got a little showman on there, but I think even if we put a big, strong showman on there, I think she's kind of built a little more like that up through the front third of her body. So you've got to decide in your mind, are you going to tolerate that, or do we need more flank? Do we need a stouter hip and hind leg on the Heifers in second? I love her up front. Again, very broody about her head, her neck, sets out of her blade right. Her blade shoulder is good, the way it's set back. Again, her front third construction, I think, is quite nice. Enough forerib, enough middle rib as we get back into her flank here. That's where we kind of start to run out of gas, and really from her hooks back and down on the ground, just like to stouten that one up. So they're both good, different in where they're good at, but I think two quality cattle. This one in third is incredibly long. She's stout, she's thick. I tell you, the only thing I worry about, and I guess it's not me that's going to care for her feet, but I don't know if there's enough heel and the toe length. There might be some issues perhaps as she gets older into a cow. We're going to have to manage her feet just a little bit. So time will tell. You know, in our country, in the Flint Hills, where we have rocks everywhere, it's not a big deal. They wear them out. But out here in the corn country, you know, the Platte River, that might not be quite so easy. Another heifer here that we end up with a red. It's just nice. She's smooth and probably structurally just not quite as dominating as she needs to be. But I think her smoothness of body, her moderation of frame, will probably appreciate her a lot more as a cow down the road with less inputs, and maybe a couple of them we have up ahead of her here.
In Class 11, receiving a red ribbon today, Laura Sonderup from Nance County. A blue ribbon for Landon Schroll, Cass County. Blue ribbon for Gage Thompson, Dakota County. And a purple ribbon for Brecken Wint from Colfax County.
Okay, sorry to be gone for a second. Like you just said, Brecken wins that last class from Colfax County. Class before, Blake Hasselbrook, hometown boy for me actually, from Platte County. And he did say that heifer, when he talked to his dad, he said that heifer came from Efflings up in South Dakota.
And currently in the ring, Class 12, Charolais yearling heifers, calved August to December.
This heifer is a December senior yearling, born December 19th of 2023, exhibited by Allison Heruda. She's a single entry in this class.
Charolais heifer, reserve champion Charolais, and third place overall Charolais heifer.
Get this heifer, she needs a buddy on her, obviously. We're going to give her a blue. I think the length of body's good, the smoothness is good. I think for her age, we just need a little more punch here, a little more cow to good in terms of some rib cage and some hip. But we're going to get her out here so nobody gets hurt. She's been a little jazzed up, showing her by herself.
And a correction from the stand in Class 11. Gage Thompson received a purple. He was second purple in Class 11. We misannounced him. I misannounced him as a blue. I apologize. In Class 12, Ellison Ruda from Dixon County receives a blue.
Okay, we'll be coming in with the champion drive of the Charolais. Leading out first should be Cooper Elson from Buffalo County with a January of 2025. Micah Mueller from Lancaster County with a October of 24. Winning Class 10, Blake Hasselbrook from Platte County with an April 12th. The January-February class winner was Brecken Wint from Colfax County.
Competing for our champion Charolais heifer. The champion Charolais heifer does receive $100 That is sponsored through the Nebraska 4-H Foundation by Fenimore Bank, Holly and Frank Karch, Agricultural Services, Inc., and Aurora Co-op. And returning to the ring from Class 8, Purple Ribbon, Cooper Elson. From Class 9, Micah Mueller. Class 10, Blake Hasbrook. From Class 11, Brecken Went.
Okay, again from home, head to tail. First is Cooper Elson. Micah Mueller has the second class. Third is Blake Hasbrook, and fourth is Brecken Went. The fifth class winner received a blue ribbon.
I think in our Charolais show, we got different types to work with. There's just not that one that I think clearly puts everything together. I look at it more as if I'm a breeder or I own these cattle, every mating is going to be a little bit different here in these cattle we work with. So for me, I always, again, going back to what we do at home, I always try to base everything around a good skeleton. If we got the right kind of skeleton, the angles are right, we can add body, we can add muscle, we can make them bigger, littler, we can do all that stuff. But boy, as a lot of you know, it's pretty tough sometimes to try to improve the skeleton. And I think the heifer that really has the both ends covered in terms of the shoulder, the hip, and the hind leg is actually the heifer here that just made the spin around here, that little fall heifer. So you bet, give him a nice hand. Got one excited mom, somebody. Congratulations. Yep. Pull him out, partner. That's going to be our champion here in our Charolais show. Congratulations to you.
Micah Mueller from Lancaster County with our champion Charolais.
Don't have a second back in here. For reserve, we're going to come back here and use our young man that won our last class here. I like her a lot from her heart back. Just like to change her shoulder just a nickel if we could. So, partner, you want to pull her in here. He's going to be our reserve champion. And then actually we're going to come back here and pick the last class that was second to her. You're going to be third overall here in our Charolais show. So once you go ahead and bring your heifer up here so we make sure our bookkeeping is right. Congratulations. Let's give our little group of Charolais showmen a nice hand. Good little show.
Okay, again, winning the Charolais division was Micah Mueller from Lancaster County. Reserve goes to Brecken Went from Colfax County. And third,
and congratulations to our Charolais champion.
As I'm writing all of this down, excuse me. And third goes to Gage Thompson, also out of the January-February class, Gage Thompson from Dakota County.
And your third place overall Charolais heifer goes to Gage Thompson of Dakota County. Congratulations.
Okay, now coming in. Okay, so again, Micah Mueller wins, Brecken Went goes second, and Gage Thompson goes third. Coming in now are the Charolais Composite females. We've got two entries in the next class. Gage Thompson and Bo Thompson, both from Dakota County, so he's just getting out. So we have to give the Thompson family just a minute to trade Charolais and be back in here in just a moment. They got a February of 25 calf, and it looks like a January 17th. Again, if you've just joined us, our judge for today is Dr. Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. Scott spent many years evaluating and teaching at K-State University and coaching the judging team. I don't have his bio in front of him, but I know him pretty well personally, and I can tell you there's probably not a lot of shows in the world that he hasn't judged, or at least in the United States, but I'm betting he's probably judged out of the country as well. Scott was very instrumental in keeping the K-State program up on top in the judging contest, where they've enjoyed a lot of success over the years. Scott's now retired from teaching and concentrating on his Simmental cattle herd in Westmoreland, Kansas, at home with his boys. Maybe a fitting time while we're out in the waiting for the next class to start, especially with the Charolais breed. The world and the Charolais breed especially, but the whole world lost a great cattleman this week, and Troy Thomas from Oneida, South Dakota, that runs the Thomas Ranch. Very close friend of ours, and I'm sure of many of you listening and many of the people here at the show. Troy was killed in a tragic farm accident this weekend, and just want you to know our hearts go out, and especially prayers to his family. Bibi and Callie and her husband, they really have done a lot to pioneer this breed. Really sad to see something like that happen. We've went through a lot these last few days in the cattle industry, and suffered some severe losses. Quite honestly, are pretty hard to talk about. But Troy especially while we're in the breed of Charolais and everything, was really a leader. Judged a lot of shows nationwide, but in the Charolais breed, I think there's anybody out here listening that knows anything about white cattle know that his name and Thomas Ranch was just absolutely synonymous with some of the best cattle, both bulls and heifers, breeding stock, production bulls, show cattle, you name it. They had a very successful very, very successful run for a long time.
To switch animals behind the scenes, we'll move into our composite Charolais breeding
So again,
class.
our deepest condolences go out to the Thomas family.
Who's evaluating our classes today? The breeding beef judge is Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. Dr. Shockey has judged livestock shows in 44 states, Canada, South America, and Mexico. He spent 32 years on faculty at Kansas State University, where he coached the livestock judging team for 22 years. While coaching, his teams compiled 5 consecutive national championships. He retired from KSU in January 24 and has returned to full-time ranching in Westmoreland. Scott and his wife own and operate Shockey Farms, Inc., a purebred Simmental operation. The family operation utilizes online and live auctions to market elite genetics throughout North America. Scott and his wife, Candy, have 2 sons, Shane and his wife, Melissa, and Shiloh and his wife, Jamie. We'll now move into our composite Charolais class. 2 entries today in class number 13, composite Charolais heifers, calved January through April 2025.
Well, there was a great biography of Scott. I had a feeling he judged internationally. Canada, South America, and Mexico sure covers that. 44 states. That's almost all the states that show him. I'd be interesting to know what the 6 states are. Obviously, he probably hasn't judged in Alaska. They do show quite a few cattle in Hawaii. so I'm not going to bet on that one. But I'd be interested to know the 3 or 4 that he hasn't made it to. Okay, so out in class now, again, we have Gage Thompson and Bo Thompson. Can I bet we got the brothers battling it out here. Leading out, entry 11-14 is Gage with a February 1st of 25 female. And Bo with a little older, January 17th of 25. These are composite Charolais heifers.
We're going to leave our fellows stand here as they came to us. The Smoky Heifer will be our class winner. And again, one of those that's got a real alert look to her, her ear, carriage, her neck and head. Big pin when you get in behind her. I tell you, she's really pretty nice. Doesn't have the picture-perfect hind leg. Again, that's something we're going to have to kind of watch as we start digging in the semen tank and figuring out how we're going to be her bred. But there's a lot of good pieces past that I think will be kind of fun to work with. And that is one advantage I think we can see here in the other heifer in this class. The way she handles her hock, there's a little more flexibility to it. I think right now at this stage she's in, she's just a little green. She doesn't give us that big time look when we get her off to the side here like we have here in the Smoky heifer. So she needs time yet, time and some maturity, and I think that'll help that heifer out.
In class 13, both.
Okay. In the brother contest, Gage beats Bo. Gage Thompson goes first and Bo Thompson goes second, both from Dakota County. Coming in now, we have 2 heifers, Haley Victor and Kimberly O'Briest. Haley's from Dixon County.
We do have 2 entries today in class 14.
Kimberly O'Briest from Platte County. Both heifers born in May of 24. Little side note, this is great to see. The O'Briest girl will be entry number 1635. Haley Victor's went through, we did a benefit for him on Show Circuit online sales, and I know a little bit about that family. And Haley's went through just really, really a tough time. You want to talk about a tough fighting little girl. I mean, she's been in a wheelchair. She's had many, many surgeries, and just you really have to admire. That's a gal with a lot of strength. It's going to go a long ways in this world. Just does an outstanding job with what she does. Just has about as much determination and heart as any young lady I've ever been around. Oh, yellers.
Again, I think both heifers have some fun things to work with. The design, the head carriage, the femininity, and really the skeleton of the hip and hind leg is kind of what I favor here. In our class winner, we're going to keep them both in purple category because I think there's fun things to work with down the road as cows. And I just like the skeleton and the balance this heifer has. If we could put that one's power and mass and substance on that one or vice versa, then we have a big time good one, okay? And this one here, sweetheart, I'd tell you what I'd do. I'd breed that one and raise a steer for you, right? Because she's got the power, the punch. She's bold rib, big top, thick-ended, a little more bone work than what we find in this one here. It comes at a little bit of a cost. We get that much muscle. She's just a little tighter moving, maybe not quite as flexible. But, again, I think there's a lot of fun things to work with. So as she gets into a little older stage of production, you might fish around the semen tank, and let's raise a good steer out of that one there, okay? Best of luck to both of you. Congratulations. We'll see you all here back in a few minutes to pick our champion Composite. Okay.
And results of Class 14.
Okay, nice class there. Kimberly O'Brien from Platte County wins the class. Haley Victor from Dixon County is second. I'd say Dr. Shockey nailed that right on the head as far as which kind is what you're looking. It's just a priority place, but he is right. I'm going to go out and make a steer. The second place heifer is probably the one for you. The O'Brien heifer really fighting the halter. Probably makes it a little harder for her to, really get her looked at today. Okay, we got March and April, class 15 coming in now. Leading class with an April 28th heifer is Laney Trowernick. Paisley Plan Slike with another April 10th heifer. And then we have Maisie Aarons with a March 22nd. Johannes Bumstead from Garfield County with a March 12th. And Blakely Smith from Butler County with a March 5th. So the first two heifers are April's, the next three are March.
Well, we'll give 2 purples, although I think the smoke heifer is, again, one of those is just really captivating, got great presence, well fed, well cared for. You know, she's got plenty of cage, plenty of hip in her, skeleton's good underneath, and yet we've kept this one really fresh. It's easy to get a little excited in the show barn and get them too fat. I just really appreciate the females that are brought to us in the right kind of conditioning and not overcooked, and I think that one really kind of hits the bell pretty hard. This heifer in second, really mama looking, you know. She's starting to make an udder. You can kind of see her rib cage and just things about her. I think kind of scream going to make a good, useful cow. And as we milk her and we get some production in her, we get some of that chest milked out of her and crest of her neck, we're going to like her even better. Right now, she's just gotten a little coarser up through the crest of her neck and up through her front end, but got a good enough cow head, really good from her forerib back in terms of her rib cage and what it is, her hip and hind legs constructed right. So I think going to make it hopefully a nice cow for this young lady. The decision was really here for third, and I can just toss them around. A young man's heifer is incredibly long. She's got a sound enough hind leg. Again, maybe not show ring fancy for some, but fundamentally it's good. We probably could take the feed bucket out of her just a little bit. She's a little thicker neck, just a little coarser up in her shoulder, and I think a lot of that's probably just a little extra feed. But good body length, good muscle product to her in terms of just shape and dimension, and yet still stays pretty flexible on her hind leg. We just like to refine her up. We kind of get up front, and I like this one, skull shape, between her eyes a little better than the next two. I just think there's a little more, again, prettier head, if you will. Even though it's a little fat, it's a little prettier head than what we have in the next two. The length of neck, the shoulder, the flatness of shoulder, it makes this heifer here, again, a close call for third. I like that about her. Body length's really good. Good enough on her feet and legs, no big issues there. She's just a little flatter bodied. She gets a little narrower from behind when we study her hocks, and her and the heifer that completes the class. Again, I'm just not a real big fan of their skull and their head. Young lady, you got a beautiful coat of hair on this one here, and you got a nice female that's really clean and very muscular. The biggest struggle I have is just we put her on the lead, she just becomes a little too stilted off both ends, and like the heifer ahead of her, I like to just make her a little prettier about her face, but that is a really nice hair coat, a bold-made heifer. It's got some muscle to her, and obviously in terms of her mature size will not be near as big as the ones that you compete against in this class here. So enough quality, we sure need to keep her up in the blue ribbon category.
Okay, very good class of Charolais Composites. Winning that class, Lady Trowernick from Cage County. Second in that class goes to Blakely Smith from Butler County. Third, Johannes Bumstead from Garfield County. Fourth, Maisie Aarons. And fifth goes to Paisley Van Slyke. Coming in now, we have our February heifers. There are no January Februarys. Both are Februarys. Brielle Banish, Haley Victor, and Haley Victor again.
January, February 2024. Following this class, we will return our first and second purples for your selection of your champion Composite Charolais, reserve champion, and third overall in the Composite Charolais division.
Well, these composite heifers are short on numbers, but boy, these are some really nice heifers they've been bringing the last couple classes especially. I mean, these two are going to give them all they want.
try to talk here real quick on these two bigger heifers. And again, they're different. I think you appreciate the balance and the symmetry here of the first heifer, really smooth and long. Still handles her underpinning, I think, really pretty good. You know, if we're going to make her a little notch better and just a big time scale, we're going to open that one up a little more chest floor, more pin width. I think just from front to rear, we can make her just a notch bolder. But this is her best image. She's really nice from the side and very functional in her structure. Got a nice, moderate, very muscular heifer here that ends up in second. Gets a little rougher in her shoulder and down her top. And I think the big thing is, as we watch these two move, this one here in second doesn't reach and move quite as freely off her hind leg, I didn't think, is our class winner. But again, real powerful female has sure got some punch to her.
And winning that class is Brielle Benish from Boone County, and Haley Victor from Dixon County going second. We're going to bring in the champions now and pick our top three Charolais Composite females.
And the results of Class 16 receiving a blue ribbon today: Haley Victor from Dixon County, and a purple ribbon for Brielle Benish from Boone County. It is now time to select your champion, reserve champion, and third
Okay,
place
coming in,
overall composite Charolais heifer.
coming in the ring for our champion out of Class 1, but February 1st of 2025, it's Gage Thompson with a Class 14 will be Kimberly Obrist from Platte County with a May. A heifer walking out now. Class 3 will be Laney Trowernick from Gage County with the darker smoke heifer coming. And then following her, the heifer we just saw, Brielle Benish, out of the February class.
Class 13, Gage Thompson from Dakota County. From Class 14, Kimberly Orpst from Platte County. From Class 15, Laney Tronick from Gage County. And from Class 16, Brielle Benish from Boone County.
Well, I've never considered myself to be the sharpest tack in the shed, but I have a feeling here that it's not going to take Dr. Shockey a real long time to find his champion. Four really outstanding females. Not to take anything away from them, but pretty sure he's got one out here that's pretty special.
Nice composite show. I guess if you've been following along, I don't hide my feelings, my secrets too much. I think there's one out here that kind of stands above the rest pretty handily. That's the smoky heifer here that's making a circle. So she'll be our champion here in this division. Let's give her a nice hand, and then we're going to study her classmate and pick your reserve and third overall real quick.
And as we figured, Laney Trowernick with her champion composite heifer.
Congratulations to Laney Tronick from Gage County. She exhibits her champion.
That'll move Blakely Smith from Butler County up into contention.
Blakely Smith into consideration from Class 15. She was your second purple.
And again, there's a heifer that sure doesn't detract any from the lineup.
Reserve, it gets closer. Again, I like just a little more substance in them if we can do it, and not get too out there on the edge in terms of structure. Again, the classmate to our champion, maybe not perfect in some areas, but I just think as a cow kicked out, I have a lot of faith in her. So, young lady, you're going to be in reserve in our composite. Congratulations to you. And then our last class winner here, the young lady, will be our third overall in our composite show. So we'll pull all three of you up and we'll get you banners here. Congratulations.
Okay, again, winning was Laney Charnick. Reserve goes to Blakely Smith from Butler County. Third overall goes to Brielle Benish from Boone County. Three really outstanding composites. Well, that was a great class for a great bunch of composites. These exhibitors really need to be complimented for no more numbers than they had. Really a powerful set of Charolais composite females. Up next, I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit the same way. We've got the Chianina breeding heifers, and there are not a lot of numbers there. We have no calves. We have two May heifers coming in here shortly. I think it's going to take them again just a minute. Okay, here we are. Class 17, leading the class, Mr. Trey Logan from Burke County with a May 26th. And Kimberly O'Brice back out here from Platte County with a May 10th. So just 16 days age difference between them. We got a May 26th and a May 10th.
We'll leave them as we have them parked here. Our young man will have our class winner. This heifer is extremely long-bodied, really impressive when you get in behind her. She's got a big back, good pin set in her with some natural, some real width to her when you get underneath her. And yet still a nice presence when we get her stopped. I'd like to lengthen her hip and just a little bit, make that hind leg just flex a little bit differently if we could. But I don't think any big long-term issues down the road in terms of some longevity. So nice female, really stout and really powerful. A nice cow size here in this one. I expect her to be pretty moderate and pretty conservative. She'll have enough body to her, maybe just not quite as snappy from the side. And I think the biggest thing I'd like to improve upon this one is the way she's made off her hind leg. We'd just like to give her more heel, a better foot, and just change her a little bit off her hock if we could. But I think as a cow, we're going to appreciate her size, moderation, the rib cage that she'll have.
All right, again, Trey Logan from Burke County be first place, and Kimberly O'Brice second from Platte County. Coming in now will be your April heifer calves. Two head in this class. We'll have Hadley Dunklau from Wayne County with an April 10th. And Gabrielle Caraway from Dawson County with a March 6th. I'm going to have to ask for sure, but I'm pretty sure the heifer Hadley showing here had a lot of success this summer at the Key Junior Nationals. Of course, there's 3 or 4 different divisions, whether it wouldn't be Key Angus. I think it would have been the low keys. I believe she was either Grand or Reserve at Junior Nationals this summer.
We'll go ahead and get started. Both heifers get purples, and I think rightfully so. They're different, and we can flip flop. I don't think anybody would argue with that. At least I hope you don't. This heifer that's going to win the class, again, just her presence out here from the side. She blends really nice in her shoulder, especially down low. Transitions really good in her forerib, nice in her spine. She keeps it right in her loin, her tailhead junction, just some things like that from the side. I think her movement is sure good enough. You know, we could lay her shoulder blade back just a little bit, but no real issues again. Probably the biggest thing we would say is, you know, just for extra frame, does she have quite enough punch to her? And she kind of teeter-totters there on the edge for me if she does, but very high quality, very nicely presented, very smooth, and again, just really has kind of a nice female look to her. The punch really belongs to the other heifer here in second. She's bigger boned, wider chested. Everything from front to rear is just naturally wider built than her. We get a little more shoulder with it. We expect that. There's no doubt about it. From there back, though, in her forerib, she does tighten up just a little bit and maybe gets just a little easy up in her spine, a little weaker top, but that's a good female, too. I think we can make a real strong case for either heifer because this one does have so much power, so much substance to her. Makes that pair, I think, pretty interesting.
And winning that class, and a really good pair of heifers. That's kind of how the Kianinas always are. There's never very many, but they're small and they're mighty. Winning that class, Hadley Dunkow from Wayne, Gabriel Caraway from Dawson, with definitely a heifer that needed no apologies in there and give Hadley all she wanted. Really outstanding pair of heifers in that class. Coming in now are the January, Februaries. Adley Hawk from Gosper County with a February 5th, and Carly Melander from Nance County with a January 24 of 24.
To compete for your champion, Kianina heifer, reserve champion heifer, and third place overall.
There's a couple, three things that I favor here on our first heifer. Obviously, the stage of conditioning she's in, I think she's a little fresher, a little more right, in my opinion. Her length of neck, her shoulder blade, everywhere she's constructed up front, the way she handles her front feet, I think is just a nickel more correct than the heifer here in second. There's enough muscle, again, not overwhelming when you get in behind her, but enough. I think the biggest thing I'm concerned with is, again, the hoof quality on her. She's a little shallow-heeled. The wall of her hoof doesn't come to the ground quite as true and square as it needs to. But, again, that's a deal where I don't have trim feet on her. That's something you're going to have to worry about down the road on that one. The one we have in second, we give her a blue, moderate. She's bold. She's got some muscle to her. We've probably given her just a little more TLC than she needs. So she's gotten a little fat on us up into her neck. She's a little steeper shouldered, and I think all that kind of comes to play when we put her on the move out here, being a little straighter up front, a little fatter. I think she just struggles a little bit more out of her front end. But she is moderate. She's big bodied. She's got some muscle to her. So we get her kicked out on some good old grass and lean her up. I think we'll like her a whole lot better.
Yet winning that class is Carly Melander from Nance County, and going second in that class was Adlea Hawk from Gosper County. Now we're going to have the selection of our champion key heifer, top three, champion reserve in third. Dr. Shockey. We're looking for Mr. Trey Logan with his May heifer. And again, if you're watching from home, I'm telling these heifers could stand some competition. Some very good heifers for only having six in the show. Just really some outstanding females in this class, in this division, excuse me.
Again, we are selecting the champion canina, reserve champion, and third place overall.
The one thing this week with the 4-H show, and I guess I haven't touched on it yet today, and if you're watching from home, or especially if you're not from Nebraska, you know, if you're from Iowa or Colorado or somewhere especially, and you get to wondering, you know, they do look a little finer boned out here, and they show them out here in this dirt. And one of the big disadvantages we have is the 4-H show is no fit, blow and go. So it's pretty much what you see is what you get. Get a little fluffy on a few legs here and there, but, you know, you're not going to see, they're just not going to probably look quite as big-legged and stout.
Probably didn't have quite as many to go through, but we're still going to have a couple very nice ones, I think, to set in here in our final drive tonight. And I think the quality is good, especially with this heifer that's making her turn right now. She's the one that's just got the little extra presence out here, her smoothness, her lines. Again, really built ladylike, if you will, and yet gives us enough depth of body to her. So she'll be our champion. Congratulations to you. We're going to use her classmate reserve, sweetheart. You want to pull right around here? You're going to be reserve here in our key show. Congratulations to you. I think these two heifers kind of balance out better in their underline, maybe than the heifer that's going to wind up in third. Young man, you're going to be third overall here. She's a big stout-ended heifer. She's just a little more prominent in her lower shoulder, not quite as good in her underline in terms of the way it balances out. But she's really a big, powerful heifer from behind. He'll be third overall. Congratulations. All right.
All right, winning the champion keys, Hadley Dunklau from Wayne County. Following her, the heifer that was second in class 2 are Gabriel Charolais of Dawson County with a March heifer. Third goes to Trey Logan from Burke County. Again, really, really a stout representation for no more than numbers. Maybe they scared everybody else away, I don't know, but that was 3 very nice heifers. Okay, coming up right now, we have the Gelbvieh breeding heifers, followed with the Balancer. I'm going to excuse myself for just a minute. We have 4 classes of 1. Looks like the Brooks family has brought most all of them from Odo County. First class, however, will be Jonathan Pope from Buffalo County. I'm going to step away for just a minute. Again, our judge today is Scott Shockey from Kansas. I want to say from Kansas State, from Westmoreland, Kansas. Retired from Kansas State, now ranching, raising Simmentals in Westmoreland with his sons.
As we prepare to move into our Gelbvieh division, we'd like to thank all of our help helping this show take place today. At our check-in outside, Jamie Ankrum, Extension Assistant in Richardson County, and Kelly Scholl, Extension Educator, Dodge County. Our blow and go checker, Brock Ortner, Extension Educator, Sheridan County. Gate help today, Aaron Schulz from Saunders County, and Caleb Durheim, a UNL graduate student volunteer. Our arena stewards, Darcy Pesick, Extension Educator, Jefferson County, and help. Data entry today, Greta Prochnow, Office Associate at the Nebraska State 4-H Office, and all of our ring help keeping things moving at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln Livestock Judging Team. Thank you again to everyone helping with the show. We'll now move into our Gelbvieh breeding beef competition. Class number 20 is a single entry. Gelbvieh heifers, calves September-October 2024.
So maybe, just tell them to get ready for it. This won't take long. So, all right, we have 4 classes, single entries here in our Gelbvieh show, and we got a nice start. This fall heifer is going to make hopefully a nice cow for you. Her body length's good, got enough bone, got enough dimension to her. So I think you're in good shape. All right, congratulations. First purple here in our show.
And in class 20, Jonathan Pope receives a purple. In class 21, we have a single entry, Gelbvieh yearling heifers, calved March-April 2024.
We have an April here, and again, her strengths, her body length, she's got some depth to her, a little bigger statured, I think, when it's going to be all said and done, but I think a good quality look to her as well. So another purple ribbon here, and we'll have a quick look here in a few minutes for a championship, okay?
And in class number 21, Cole Brooks receives a purple.
A little different model than we've looked at, moderate, probably a little bolder, a little more dimensional than the last 2 heifers. And stopped, I like her a lot. I'm going to be just a little tougher on her hind leg, though. She's a little shorter hip. And then I think accordingly, as you watch her move, maybe just doesn't handle it quite right, whether it be from the side or from behind. But boy, from the hooks forward, I like a lot of things about this heifer here. Yeah, you bet.
And in class 22, Carson Brooks from Otoe County receives a purple. Carson will switch heifers now and become our single entry in class 23, Gelbvieh yearling heifers, calved August through December 2023.
I just told this young man, good job getting her bred. That's so important. And again, she's starting to look like a mama, and that's where this breed really excels. And a lot of them have udders like her. She's going to have a nice udder. She's very sensible in her size. Just a lot of good things. You got, I think, a lot of things to work with here as a brood cow and hopefully build your cow herd. So nice entry here in our senior yearling. Congratulations.
In Class 23, Carson Brooks of Otoe County receives a purple. We'll now have each of our purple ribbon winners from classes 20 through 23 return for your selection of your Gelbvieh heifer, reserve Gelbvieh heifer, and third place overall Gelbvieh heifer.
All right, very nice. Young man, you'll have our champion. Congratulations. And again, I want to thank you most and foremost for getting your cow bred up on time. She's going to make a nice mama cow, so congratulations to you. So our senior yearling will be our champion. I think it's really a closer decision than for our reserve. The younger black heifer, again, very youthful and body length is good. Our heifer here, I believe, was in April that won that second class. We talked about her depth of body. I think she comes out here and she stays a little smoother in her top line, her tailhead. So with that being said, we're going to use your heifer for reserve partner, okay? And then we'll go back and we'll use the younger heifer calf overall for third overall. So congratulations to the three of you here, especially for our senior yearling. Okay, good job.
And congratulations to our champions. Your champion Gelbvieh heifer is exhibited by Carson Brooks of Otoe County and comes out of Class 23. Reserve champion exhibited by Cole Brooks of Otoe County and comes out of Class 21. And third place overall goes to Jonathan Pope of Buffalo County. Now in the ring, our Balancer breeding beef classes. This is Class 24, single entry, Carson Brooks.
Really nice start in our Balancer. I'm projecting her to be a fall. I didn't catch a birth date on her, but got a nice look and design. Really good underneath in terms of her feet and the way her joints are built and constructed. And she really looks, I think, kind of the part when we put her on the go here. So good way to get us started here in our Balancer show.
In Class 24, Carson Brooks receives a purple. Carson Brooks from Otoe County receives a purple. Currently in the ring, Class 25, a single entry by Megan Walahoski of Dawson County, a Balancer heifer calved May-June 2024.
We sure need to keep her in our purple ribbon category. I just think as a cow, we just see so much value in her. She's moderate, good rib cage. She's got enough muscle to her, and the few steps we see her here in the ring move, looks like she handles it all pretty well. So we could probably lean her up just a tick, and I think that would freshen her front end up. But from there back, I think a very nice female.
little bit of personal dilemma on this.
In Class 25, Megan Walahoski receives a purple.
My wife would say it's the first time I'm going to admit I'm wrong, but I'm wrong. I'm going to use something that looks like this.
Currently entering the ring, Balancer yearling heifers, calf January, February 2024, 3 entries in this class.
You can get something that checks the basics and fundamentals. It's appropriate to find
Second call, classes 27 and 28. Hereford and called Hereford breeding beef. Second call, Herefords, classes 27 and 28. First call, class 29. First call, class 29. We did a second call for classes 27 and 28. First call for class 29. Okay. Very high. Bridge shaving, yeah. Nice range of motion. It's a brother who said this was a two-member family.
Oh, Herefords are coming. Did he tell you that already?
Yeah, I've done 2 calls now.
Okay.
Give them just a little bit, but they should be. It was late on the call, but
Oh, no, you're good.
they should be ready.
Usually they always here early.
What, he was telling me something about some time release. What's he talking about?
So Joe came and talked to him about they got all the heifers away, the winners at the end between like 6 and 9 o'clock tonight, somewhere in that window. But where we are, she was worried about hitting that even, and so she said something to him about how, where he thinks we'll be at by that time. And
He's like, we may want to announce it. Like, we're not going to make your time release thing. They come somewhere back here to Montana.
I don't know. I did ask Jill about that, but
Okay, I'm not sure.
but he seems like he's speeding it up now, and they told us to shove him in faster.
Yeah, we're getting
So,
okay.
but I thought we were keeping right in, except for that one class.
I know.
But
Very nice entry here, and if we could just fix her hind leg, then we'd say that one's really, really nice. And not one of those deals that I think we get worried about long-term longevity. Only in the show ring do we get a little overcritical one that has a little too much set. But big rib cage, really maternal looking. She handles her front end, her shoulder, front feet better than the heifer here in second. So very nice entry if we could just kind of fix that hind leg. Heifer in second is more like her. Her body, her bone work is good. She does have a tendency to be a little steeper up in her shoulder and doesn't handle that part of her skeleton quite as well as this one here. She too probably could be constructed a little different on her hind leg. She's a little too straight, whereas this one that wins the class maybe has a little too much set, but still a lot of quality. She fits her body type and style so much to our front end here that we need to keep them as purples together. The heifer in third's really lean and long. We probably right now, we get these 2 bigger body cattle in here, we'd say, well, she needs a little more rib cage, a little more substance to her, and I would agree with that. Front third of that heifer is probably a nickel better than what we have up here in the heifer ahead of you, though. So kind of some trade-offs here for our position here in second hole.
And results of Class 26 with a blue ribbon today, Cole Brooks from Otoe County. Second purple to Grant Walahoski from Dawson County, and first purple to Paige Walahoski from Dawson County. We'll now have our first purples return to the ring from Class 24, Carson Brooks from Otoe County. From Class 25, Megan Walahoski from Dawson County. And from Class 26, Paige Walahoski from Dawson County.
Seems like a three-ring circus here with all the mics going on, and I hate that. But at any rate, three nice balancers. The one that just won the last class, there's just so many things about her that I think make her a kind of a fun piece to work with as far as a cow and what we can do. We can fix that hind leg. She's got a lot of quality up past that. So, young lady, you're going to be our champion here in the Balancer Show if you want to pull her up. And then gets a little closer. We're going to go ahead and pull your heifer in line here, would you? We can do some different things. I think probably the soundest heifer is the fall calf, and obviously she's pretty green yet and skinny, but I like that one's running gear. The heifer that won her class there, the second class, just a nice cow. No real big holes in her, but nothing that's just really overwhelming. But I think, again, she's got some body. Structurally, she doesn't have any big problems. Today, she just kind of blends everything together a little nicer. So, sweetheart, you're going to have our reserve balancer. Congratulations to you. And then we're going to go back to our fall calf. I just think is better built in terms of structure versus the bigger, older heifer here in the lineup. So, young man, you'll be third overall. Congratulations.
And your grand champion balancer heifer belongs to Paige Walahoski from Dawson County. Reserve champion goes to Megan Walahoski of Dawson County. And third overall to Carson Brooks from Odo County.
It's these, like, Gelbvieh.
Moving into our Hereford classes, Class 27, Hereford heifers, calved September, October 2024, a single entry today.
Couple things I like. I love her length and really got an alert look and nice front end. The two things I think we really need to see a little more good in terms of changing her is her structure. Both ends, she's a little steep in her shoulder, maybe just doesn't handle her hind leg quite right. And hopefully the rib cage will come along. Right now she's a little shallower maybe than what's ideal. But I think the biggest thing that kind of keeps her out of the purple category is the way she handles her feet and legs as we put her on the go out here.
And in Class 27, Cola Skurdland from Webster County receives a blue. Moving into Class 28, Hereford yearling heifers, calved May, June 2024. 3 entries today in Class 28.
A good pair here. Actually, all three heifers are nice. These first two have just a little bit more of the extras and kind of back and forth in my mind. I think what helps this class winner is the angle of her shoulder. She's just a little more uniform in her body depth. You know, she's not big belly, but it's really uniform coming out of her chest and back into her flank. You know, obviously she's got a little more bone and end up having a little bit more foot underneath. I think in general when you get behind her, she's stouter. So she's not, she's a little lower eared. She's not maybe quite as pretty headed as we'd maybe like, but I think from there back, that's a nice female. Just really solid. You know, she's got substance and yet she still, I think, blends it together and handles it pretty nice structurally. Nice job in feeding and preparation of this heifer here in second. Again, they've got her lean and yet not too skinny. The neck shape's good on her. I like her head. She's a little prettier about her face than the heifer that we have starting this class. A big skeleton heifer that's plenty long enough. She's probably just a little steeper up in her shoulder, and you can see that more as she travels. And maybe just as you look at her from the side with that underline in terms of her relationship of her chest back into her flank, just not quite there yet. It's one of those deals where I think a big calf inside of her swimming around is going to really change that part of her. But I like her a lot too. Again, I was back and forth here in terms of which one of those is the one that we need to send back for a championship. I like them both, and obviously both need to stay in purple. That really is heifer in third. It's pretty good. She kind of runs into a pretty tough pair up here on top. Moderate, but going to have some boldness and some substance to her. Just a little thicker necked, a little coarser as we get down in through her lower shoulder and her brisket. So probably one of those things where maybe just the feed bucket, maybe be just a little more cautious to keep her freshened up. But not a bad heifer. I think certainly has a lot of good into her for as far as a breeding piece for this young man.
In Class 28, Boyd Frazee from Dakota County receives a blue, second purple to Emma Hackbart, Seward County, and first purple to Brinkley Benish from Boone County. Class 29, Hereford yearling heifers, calved April 2024. 6 entries today in Class 29.
Well, we're going to try to talk over these people, and I'm sorry for that, but we need to move the show along. So, nice class. I'm sure people say, well, she wins because she's hairy. No, you take her back and slick her off. She still wins. This is a very nice heifer, very complete. She doesn't have the big stature or the really big features maybe in some pieces, but I think she's very nice in her skeleton, her shoulder, her front foot placement is better than the heifer here in second, and still very mobile in her hip. I like her rib cage. I think for a Hereford female, she's really where she needs to be in terms of mature size and frame, too. I don't think we need to make these things ginormous, and I think she kind of fits in that area. I thought the decision is which of the next three heifers that we keep in the purple do you use for second? I thought the heifer that ends up in second here is just a little stouter. I like her underline a little bit better, but you get in behind her, her pins, her bone work, there's just a little more to this heifer from one end to the other, and so she kind of gets the edge in that regard. I would like to give her a little more angle to her shoulder. I just like to loosen her up out of her front end and just see her go a little more comfortable up front if we could, but get in behind him. I think it makes the decision a little simpler when you get right in behind him. Young lady, your heifer has some things I really like in terms of her. She's a real dainty looking heifer. In other words, her beautiful head and her neck. She's one of those that I think is pretty good in terms of structure. Her flexibility is good. She also can be in the same breath maybe a little too frail. And so it kind of walks that fine line where you'd like to give her just a little more bone, a little more rib cage, and I think as she continues to mature and develop, hopefully that'll come. The one thing she does have, I think, is a very nice skeleton. This is the one that's the most different. That's a big, powerful bovine, big bone, big old paws underneath her. Body length is good. Again, some of them are maybe just not the ones you think are cut out to be a show winner, okay? And that's kind of her problem. I think from her forerib back, a lot of things I like about her as a mature cow. I think probably as we get up into her head and her neck and her lower shoulder, maybe just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles in terms of eye appeal. But lots of good breeding pieces to work with her. A little more attractiveness in the next heifer. We give her a blue ribbon, and I like her front third. When you make them just a little longer bodied, it takes just a little extra rib cage and middle, and she maybe for her length gets a little shallower. I didn't think quite as strong on her hind leg as she needs to be, but that's a nice heifer. It's got a lot of quality. I tell you, the biggest thing about our heifer that ends up this class is just get a little of the condition out of her. We just got her past the edge, I think, and being a little stale because of that. But that's a heifer that's got some body. She's got enough muscle to her. We just kind of take a little of the extra grease off her, and that'll really freshen her up, and she'll look a lot better.
Results from Class 29, receiving a red ribbon today, Jack Drews from Saunders County. In the blue ribbon for Emery Pollard from Johnson County. Purple ribbons for Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County and Emma Hackbart from Seward County. Second purple to Darren Dolzer from Greeley County. And first purple to Michael Coulterman from Seward County. We'll now have Class 30 Hereford yearling heifers entering the ring. These heifers were calved March 2024. 13 entries today in Class 30. This is one of our largest classes today. 13 entries in Class 30.
This is a little like a Dr. Zeus book. We got big ones, little ones, fat ones, skinny ones, thick ones, narrow ones, and we got everything. And everybody should have a favorite out here as parents or grandparents, and I'll be quite honest, I don't know where to start. I mean, there's different kinds out here. Is there one that I just fall in love with? No. But I can see where we can get some of these cattle here in the middle and want to work them up, and I really wouldn't have any problem with it. I think what happens is I just try to think about, the things that we have to take home and work with and what kind of makes sense. We start with one that's just too fat for me, but big body, square built, heavy bone. She's got some fun pieces to work with, but she does need to be freshened up, and she needs a better shoulder blade in her. She's a little steep in her front end, but if we get past that one, she does have, with or without the extra conditioning, that is one that is really burly, big rib cage, big pin set. She's got some things I think could be kind of fun to work with. I think a good old Cavaney's Hereford bull would be just right up her alley because she's got the stuff to work with. The next two heifers are, again, a bit of a decision as to whether you like them or not. I think the biggest thing is these are two heifers that are fresher conditioned than some that follow them. They probably, in terms of structure, they have some big advantages, particularly up out of their front end. The heifer that winds up in second here, as we put them on the go, I think she's nicer into her pins, her hip structure. She handles her hind legs better, and part of it is she's the heifer here that ends up third has got some swelling in her hock, and I think it kind of affects her some, but I think the one in second just ends up having a little more total goods to her. Obviously, we need to kind of freshen her up in the crest of her neck. She's not the prettiest thing in terms of her, her jaw and down in her chest, but I think from there back, just a little more solid in what we have to work with in terms of some body, and in particular her hip and her hind leg. I like the front end, the head, the neck, the throat of the heifer we have here in third. There's no doubt about it. She's a little harder bodied, and then as we put her on the go, and of course she's had a pretty long day, several hours in showmanship out here, I didn't think she just stayed quite as collected in her tail head and her pin set, and certainly maybe some issues there with her hock and her hind leg. But again, really fresh and feminine, and we can kind of battle back and forth there. Standing, I could get, kind of convinced we can move the heifer and forth up a couple of notches. She's a bigger statured heifer. She has good presence out here in the ring. Condition-wise, she's good, and she's got some natural, shape to her and some boldness. I just get a little harder on this one in her structure, her movement. She's a little straight. Probably her udder is not really exciting to me. It's a little closely gathered, and I'd like to space that out. I'd like to get just a little bit more of a maternal look in that one if we could, but there's some intriguing pieces to work with. Again, we try to keep the structures of, one of the things up front, and I think on both ends, this one here needs to be modified just a little bit more. Actually, the next, we have several blue ribbon heifers here that are good cattle. We'll take the next three as a group because I think they're going to be some pretty easy doing cattle. All three of those heifers are maybe just a little plainer up front. I think we've gotten just a little carried away with maybe feed, and it's kind of affected their front end. I just try to keep some semblance of some balance and body, and maybe some differences in structure here in those next three if we could, and so we kind of stack them in there like that. We have a bigger, leaner heifer. Again, we can move her up if you really get excited about her conditioning, her length of front. There's some really neat pieces to her. We can also climb in behind her and say, well, she's just in general a little narrower gauge, just a little flatter build, and probably needs to be a little horseier. But again, I think there's some quality things about her. We sure need to keep her up into the blue ribbon. And same with the next two heifers here. There's some horsepower there. They've got some dimension to them. Just a little awkward on the move, especially the one that's making our turn right now off her hind leg. And again, probably just like to balance her out a little bit better when we get her stopped. The next heifer is a big horsey heifer, just a little fat again, doesn't balance out quite as nicely. Then we have our three reds. They're a little tighter, a little coarser made, and the two bigger heifers, and obviously the one that completes the class needs a little more body to her. But, hopefully you don't walk home disappointed because I'm just as confused as you all are. I don't think there's an easy way to sort this class, but for the sake of our bookkeepers, we got to come up with our class winner. So again, congratulations. Let's give them all a nice hand. Certainly a big, challenging class to work through.
Results of class number 30. In the red ribbon group today, Alexandria Hualt from Pierce County, Kirby Viter, Custer County, Sophia Heinrichs from Thayer County. In the blue ribbon group today, Kalia Kiloff from Phillips County, Molly Weber, Johnson County.
Okay, I'm back, and they have turned up the heat in the Hereford heifer classes. Winning that class was Kyle Shaw from Box Butte County. Second, Austria Adams from Nance County. Third goes to Emma Stahlbaumer from Custer County. Fourth in that class was Raylan Stutzman. Fifth in that class went to Aubrey Cisco from Pawnee County. Sixth to Cola Skredlet from Webster County. Seventh would have been Ashley Melcher from Holt County. Eighth goes to Molly Weber. Ninth, Ellie Heinrichs. 10th goes to Kalia Killo from Phelps County. 11th goes to Sophia Hendricks, and 12th goes to Alexandria Huel. Okay, coming in, and that was our March heifer class. Now we have January, February's coming in now. There should be 6 head in that class. Got Autumn Dietz, Kensley Bremer, Madison Linneman, Keegan Whiffett, Kason Drews, Timber Hula. Well, I'll have to get a Diet Mountain Dew, and anybody that knows me knows that there's two of the things I like the most in the world is Diet Mountain Dew and talking. I run into quite a few friends and quite a few people here at the show. Nobody seems to want to come up here and do a lot of talking on the microphone, but we'll be better. There'll be people besides me tomorrow. But anyway, this Hereford deal has really turned up the heat. Looking at the class winners from the previous classes, they're going to have a really outstanding final drive here coming up shortly. I heard I'd like to be able to give it credit, but I can't remember who exactly said it. But I was watching a Hereford show online this spring. The judge got on the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is not your grandpa's Herefords. You take a breed, you want to talk about a breed that has done a lot of really change, and in my opinion, change for the better. But you take it, look at where this breed was in type and kind, even 10, much less 20 or 30 years ago. And I give a lot of credit to their junior program. It's one of the most, if you're watching this, you probably already know that if you're watching the Herefords. Okay. So it looks like Madison Linneman, he pulled out in first. Can't read her back tag, but pretty sure I know the kid. Kensley Bremer's coming around there in second on his first pull. Maybe. She doesn't want to lead too awful well. Third looks like Autumn Dietz from Buffalo County. Fourth is Timber Hula from Antelope County. Fifth, Case and Drews from Saunders County. And sixth, if he leaves away, is going to be Cathan Withoon from Custer County. to cycle him around here a little bit. I'm not sure he's quite done deciding. Yeah, that's Madison Linneman for sure from Franklin County with her February heifer. Boy, she's really stout featured, good made kind of female. Really like her. Really like her from the side. There's a tremendous amount of balance and cow power really in these first three. Interesting to see what Scott has to say about them. Definitely some give and take.
Well, it's another interesting class. I just sit there and kind of study these three that we keep in the purple category, and each of them we just say, you know, what if we could? And really, when we get down to it, we put them on the lead, and I thought this one kind of maintained herself pretty good as we put her on the go. And she's stout boned. She's got some stuff to her when you get in behind her. You know, what we need to do is just freshen her up. You know, her and the heifer in second are plenty fat for me, and I think if we could just freshen that one's crest of her neck and her front end up just a little bit, then I think it makes it pretty easy. So, but I think as we put them on the go, it's a little simpler to go ahead and start with her. Unfortunately, the heifer in second, she just kind of self-destructs when we try to lead her. She wallers around and just doesn't look the part. And maybe, again, I'm going to call her maybe a little steeper shoulder than she needs to be, but she is deeper in her neck and just not quite as appealing in the front third of her body. Her body length is good. Her smoothness is good. Deceptively, I would say, has more to her than I would guess from the side. You step in behind her, and I think there's enough pin width and just enough general width in that one's body to have enough substance for her extra frame. So, like I said, her biggest problem is just the way she's handling herself out here on the lead. I look at the other purple ribbon heifer out here in third, and I just, again, keep saying, you know, if she's a notch bigger and heavier and she needs a notch better hind leg on her, then we could just as easily talk about starting with this one here. She's really got the fresh look to her. She looks like a female up through the front of her body. She's really good in her blade. There's a lot of things about her I think she's really quite nice, but you know, she ends up being a little small, and if she just had a stouter hind leg on her, then I think it becomes even a stronger case to work this heifer up. But she is what she is out here in this class, just not quite enough cow here today. Next one, now, again, I like the fact we get them bred. We might have got this one just a little too soon, but big, long-statured heifer, going to have a nice udder. You can see that. Teats are out there on the corner right. She's just a little flatter, a little harder bodied, and certainly we'd like to send her tail head just a little nicer at the end of her spine if we could, but big, stretchy heifer, length of body's good, and with her size, hopefully getting bred her up early here, we shouldn't have much issues. Next heifer here, the darker red heifer, good bodied, just a little fat, and probably a nickel straighter up in her shoulder than ideal, but her top lines stay level. She's got some substance to her, and that's kind of how she gets around the next heifer. The length of body's good here. She's a little fresher fronted than a couple we have up ahead of her. Just a little harder bodied, and again, structurally, we want to modify that one just a little bit in her hock. She's a nickel steep, but length is good. Femininity's pretty good up in the front third of her body.
All right. And another really good class. The Hereford heifers winning the class was Madison Linneman from Franklin County. Second, Kinsley Bremer from Nance County. In third was Autumn Dietz from Buffalo County. Fourth, Timber Hula. Fifth, Cason Drews. And sixth, Kagan Whitten from Custer County. Up next, we have a class of one. And I wouldn't have brought another one either. Chesney Prince with a November 16th. Was just talking to her mother out back before they showed this one, and come from a really good friend and respected Hereford breeder Dave Allen down in Texas raised this heifer. She's had a really good summer at Junior Nationals.
I got to keep my help honest, so I said white, and she kind of looked at me a little funny. But again, nice heifer, very nice. We've been through 2 or 3 really big classes, and then she comes parading in here. And again, for a senior yearling, a nice job keeping this thing where she needs to be in terms of condition. Good at the surface, it looks like. You know, she's flexible, and yet I like the mature size of what we see on this one here. She's not ginormous, but yet she's dense enough that I think she's going to work pretty nice for a cow. So really nice entry here in our senior yearling division.
And in Class 32, Chesney Prince from Cumming County receives a purple. She will exit the ring only to return again for the selection of your overall champion, Hereford heifer. We will select a champion, reserve champion, and then 3rd place overall.
Okay. We get them lined up here for champion. Coming out first will be Colas Girdland from Webster County.
And returning to the ring now from Class 28, briefly finished from Boone County.
Oh, he must have been first. Okay, excuse me. He won, but he must have been a blue. Okay, Brinkley Benish is here with a May heifer. May of 24, leading out first. First in your April heifer class will be Michael Colderman, coming in the ring now. Class 3, your winner is Kyle Shaw from Box Butte County. Class 4 is Madison Lanneman that we just saw, and then Chesney Prince from the Fall Division.
Madison Lenman from Franklin County. And from Class 32, Chesney Prince from Cumming County.
Well, I'll be the first to admit, I don't judge a lot of Hereford heifers. But if I did, I'd sure like to judge a class that was this stout. These are just really, really tremendous heifers. There's really no way to go wrong. There's gives and takes in every way. You can make an argument and build a case for just almost any one of them in here. Just, I mean, to me, looks like just a stellar, stellar drive. I just heard that I would assume that the Lineman heifer, obviously Colderman's heifer came from Oklahoma. He told me, and now I can't remember. The heifer, the March heifer, Kyle Shaw's, came from Josh Delaney. Sold last fall. I just found out from my friend Ryan Selman. The Lineman heifer, I'm going to bet, is...
Well, we'll get moving on. Sorry to talk over Jordan over there, but nice Hereford show. You know, 2 of them are really, I think, at that level, big-time contenders out here. This heifer's getting a little warm, and she's starting to kind of fall apart and melt on us, but I think she's one of them that just has some really fun breeding pieces. And then our senior yearling out here that just walked in the ring. You know, she just came in here late, the only one in her class. She's holding together so much better out here, and I like her kind an awful lot. So congratulations, young lady. You're going to be our champion. Hereford, let's give her a nice hand. Congratulations to her. Very good job. Reserve, we're going to pull this heifer in here next. Like I said, the heat's getting a little rough on her. She's starting to melt a little on her top, but I like a lot of things about this one as well.
Well, the champion was Chesney Prince. The reserve was Michael Colderman. They got to pull in one for third. Dr. Shockey knows what he's doing. need one more. Joe Devine raised a reserve. It took me a minute to think of it. And Brinkley Benish from Boone County will be our third place one. Be interested to get these down, get them freshened up. Be really interested to see these come back for the final drive tonight for the overall top 5. Some really good representatives coming here.
And congratulations to our champions. Your champion, Hereford heifer, goes to Chesney Prince of Cumming County. Reserve champion goes to Michael Kohlerman of Seward County. And your third place overall Hereford heifer goes to Brinkley Benish of Boone County. Congratulations. And again, all of our breed champions receive $100 sponsored through the Nebraska 4-H Foundation, thanks to donations by Pinnacle Bank, Polly and Frank Parch, Agricultural Services, Inc., and Aurora Co-op. We'll now be moving into Class 34, our Maine Anjou yearling heifers, calved March, April 2024. We do have 3 classes today of Maine Anjou beef before we select our overall Grand Reserve and third place Maine heifer. 2 entries today in Class 34.
Right.
We'll leave them stand. Young lady got a very nice heifer. Again, we get off and rolling to a really great start here in our mains. And we get her, whether she's standing or parked, I think she's one that you're easy to look at. You look at the one with regards to balance, and yet still has some punch and power and width to her. I think she does it very nicely and still able to keep a nice female look. You know, I give this one a purple too. When you get to comparing, you'd say, well, she's not near as good as that one. We stand her out here alone by herself, and I think we should recognize very quickly that the white-legged heifer is very feminine. She's smooth, no big real problems with structure. You know, I think when you get to compare, you'd say, well, she's not near as powerful and big-ribbed and big-hipped like the one ahead of her, and I agree, but I think as a cow, we got enough good quality pieces to work with as far as structure and balance and eye appeal. We need to keep her up in the purple ribbon category. So best of luck to the two of you. Very nice pair of heifers.
In Class 34, a purple ribbon.
So we missed Class 33. Logie-Ann Barta did not show. I assume she's a scratch. Class 34, Ivy Johnson from Burke County, and second went to Bo Mosier from Antelope County. Class 35, we've got Baker Beamer and Violet Nuss. Baker Beamer from Wayne, Violet Nuss hails from Washington County. Keys and the Mains are low on numbers this year, and I'd hazard a guess that next year we'll see a lot more from here. Our Key and Main Junior Nationals, as well as the Simmental Junior Nationals, are going to be held here in Grand Island.
And two really nice heifers. Obviously, they're different. We got a different kind of hair coat on the two. So, as you probably could tell, I don't think hair is that big a deal here in August when it's 100 degrees out. So, this is the one that I think really looks like a female. Her angle to her shoulder, her length of body, her length of hip, the mobility that she has, and still we got plenty of cow inside of there in terms of her boldness, her natural width. Bone work is really good. Obviously, if you like hair, and this one does, I mean, they got her dialed in a lot. Standing there, she got good presence to her, a little steeper up in her shoulder, too short in her hip. She doesn't handle her hind leg as correctly, I don't think. So, again, there's two very high-quality females here. I just think there's a lot better skeleton in the one that's going to win the class.
Winning that class, February heifers is Violet Nuss from Washington County, and second goes to Baker Beamer from Wayne County. Okay, assuming she shows up. High main heifer, we've got one entry. Yep, here we come. Hazel Hall from York County with a September 6th female.
December 2023, a single entry today in Class 36. Following Class 36, we will select our champion maiden, reserve champion, and third place overall.
This should be pretty self-explanatory here with Hazel.
Just have our lone senior yearling. We're going to give her a blue. The length of body's good. There's enough dimension to her. Again, I think we can improve this one in terms of her structure, and if we do that, give her the right angles, I think it'll help her top line, especially the way she sends her tailhead into her loin. But I think a pretty nice entry. Again, hopefully make a good cow for this young lady. I think she's got some dimensions. Sure has enough performance for her stage of life or age that she's in.
And in Class 36, Hazel Hall from York County receives a blue ribbon. Returning to the ring now from Class 34, first purple, Ivy Johnson. And from Class 35, first purple, Violet Nuss. Ivy is from Burt County and Violet is from Washington County.
Okay, so our champion drive here. We've got Ivy Johnson from Burke County, Violet Nuss from Washington County, and that is it. We got a blue ribbon, so Hazel Hall won't be eligible for the champion. I'd say Dr. Shockey will be pretty quick on the mic here, and we'll roll right into the maintainers right shortly.
These two heifers really resemble one another from standpoint of length and correctness of skeleton. Our first class winner is just freer fat in her lower third of her body and her chest. I like her feet a little bit better than the heifer that won the second class. So you got us off to a good start. There's no doubt about it, and it's still rolling. Congratulations to you. You're going to be our champion here. We're going to come back with the other class winner for reserve. Y'all are too much alike in terms of body type and kind and skeleton. Just a little freshness advantage here. So you're going to end up being our reserve overall. And then we're going to go back and pick up your classmate down here on the end. She's going to be our third overall heifer for the main division. So congratulations. Nice show.
Congratulations to our champions. Your grand champion, Maine Anjou heifer, comes out of class number 34 and is exhibited by Ivy Johnson of Burt County. Reserve champion out of class 35, exhibited by Violet Nuss of Washington County. And third place overall goes to Baker Bimmer of Wayne County. Congratulations. We'll now move into our maintainer weighing classes.
All right. Now we have two March of 25 heifer calves, Cooper Lindstrom and Corbin Kunk. This looks to be a tough little pair of heifers.
All right, we'll have the fellows stay put where they are. And this first heifer calf, really attractive, beautiful neck and shoulder. Where I like her is we come out of the top of her shoulder, the way she hooks her spine into her upper rib cage and in her tail head. Just everything blends together really nice. And again, no real excessive bone. I don't think she's ever going to be as heavy boned as some she might show against, but I think we also will find very few that's going to be as elegant and as nicely made in terms of pattern like she is. So, in case in point, the heifer that winds up here in second is heavier bone, and that one's going to be pretty stout, I think, when you get in behind her. Maybe just a little rougher in her top line right now, so if that all comes together, that one's going to be a pretty nice heifer as well. We give them both purples. I think they both sure have enough quality. Skeleton's good enough to sure keep them in that category.
In class 37,
Yep. Cooper Lindstrom wins that class. Corbin Kunk is from Saline County is second. Coming in now, we got a single class of September of 24 heifer, Blaine Dunklaus.
Very nice heifer. Young lady tells me it's September, so we got plenty of gas in the tank. This one's really nice at the ground. Good paws. Joints are really nice and flexible, and yet still got the right kind of hip shape and got some length to her hip. Obviously pretty proud we get her out here and propped up. That one looks pretty nice. So very nice entry here in our maintainer division.
And in Class 38, Blaine Dunclow from Wayne County receives a purple ribbon. We now have a single entry in Class 39, maintainer yearling heifers, calved May-June 2024. Single entry today by Bryce Tegler from Antelope County.
Another very nice single entry. Again, really up-headed. Neck shape's good on her. I think as you study her from just sheer dimension and content, she's got enough for a female. She might be just a nickel steeper up in her shoulder, and that kind of throws that chest just a little low in her from the side. But a lot of things I think are very positive about her. She'll be another nice contender out here in our final run. So congratulations.
And in Class 39, Briar Tegler from Antelope County receives a purple. Moving into Class 40, maintainer heifers, calved March-April 2024. This is our largest class of maintainer heifers today. 7 entries today in Class 40.
All right. Again, obviously, this one kind of stands out here, the big, powerful bovine. Really a nice one from behind. I love that big, stout hip, the squareness to the ground that she has. She's got nice feet underneath her. Her length of body's really good. She might be a tick full. She's kind of starting to lose a little bit right now. Early when she came in here, it was kind of affecting her top. And when she's made just a little tighter in her forerib, a little bit more opened up in her shoulder, I think maybe we could just kind of change her just a little bit in the way we get her presented in here. But she's starting to lose that fill, and I think it's helping her quite a bit. Second's the call in here, and I think the angle to the shoulder, the real dimension that I find in the heifer here in second kind of gets the nod to climb up into that position. She's a cue ball, but that's okay. It is August and it's hot out, so I don't get too alarmed about that. I would like to maybe just clean her up a little bit in her jaw and set her sternum up a little differently if we could, but I think from there back a very nice female, and she's got some structural advantages, especially moving out of her front end. Better looking heifer here in third, much more attractive up in where we say this heifer might be a little deficient. That heifer really excels. Maybe a little too narrow when we get in behind her, and I think as we watch this one move, and even as she stands, just a little straighter up in her shoulder, but two very high-quality heifers. They can go back and forth. Of the two Baldies, we move this one up, and again, I think the things in terms of structure, the shoulder, the front feet, really all 4 feet or better here in the heifer that winds up in fourth. Her body length is really good. I'd like to lengthen her hip up. Again, maybe just kind of set her a little differently in her underline, but structure-wise, quality-wise, I think that's a very nice heifer. The other Baldy we had up there, again, she's just a crazy big boned and maybe too much for me. And as we kind of study her at the ground in terms of her feet, maybe not built right, but if you like them, big monster bone, big pin. I mean, she's got some pretty interesting pieces to work with, but I just worry a little bit in terms of some structure and some footwork in terms of longevity. But again, interesting heifer, just a little too much for me. And we end up with another very moderate heifer. Rib cage is good. She's got some muscle. We want to set her up a little differently on her hind leg as she travels. She's got a little extra set to it. We talked about some being too straight. She's probably the other end of it, but pretty nice beyond that. And then the heifer we complete the class with, a very smooth made heifer, just a little flatter body, a little steeper off both ends of her structure.
Okay, Grady Luby wins that class from Seward County. Second goes to Caitlin Evans from Gosper County. Third, Kyle Kavanaugh. Fourth went to Brantley Went. Fifth to Megan Lawson. Sixth to Brianna Powell. And seventh to Corbin Kunk. Coming in now as a class of one, we have Paisley Peterson. Easy for me to say. Paisley Peterson from Burke County. And soon following that, we'll have the selection of the champion maintainer. This is a February of 24.
In the purple ribbon group, Kyle Kavanaugh from Otoe County. Second purple goes to Caitlin Evans from Gosper County, and first purple to Grady Luby from Seward County. Currently in the ring, class 41, maintainer yearling heifers, cab January, February 2024. A single entry today by Paisley Peterson of Burke County.
All right, we have our lone February entry. Nice heifer, great job in the conditioning part. You've got her fresh. She's smooth. She's got a nice feminine look to her, and I think feet and legs are really pretty good. We're going to bring her in here, and there's some others going to have a little more punch and power than her, but I think from a balance standpoint and structure, this is a very nice entry.
In class 41, a purple ribbon for Paisley Peterson from Burke County, and she will return to compete for the final drive for your selection of champion maintainer heifer, reserve champion maintainer heifer, and your third place overall in the maintainer heifer division. Returning to the ring now, first purple from class 37, Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County. From class 38, Blaine Dunklow from Wayne County. From class 39, Briar Tegler from Antelope County. From class 40, Grady Luby from Seward County. And from class 41, Paisley Peterson from Burke County.
Well, it's kind of come down to a pair of heifers for me. The September heifer, I like a lot of things about her. Hip forward, I really like a lot of things about her. She's got a beautiful neck carriage, and her shoulders set in her really good. Her sternum's up in her nice. She's got good bone work, nice feet underneath her. I think plenty of muscle for a young September calf, enough rib cage. I'm not worried about that one down the road. Two little things we can maybe do. Make that one just a nickel longer hip. She has a tendency to roll just a little bit when we get in behind her out in her joints, and I think it's kind of because maybe the hoof outside claw a little bit, but nothing that's terribly alarming that I get real worried about. But she has really good presence, and that's a really good showman that's doing a nice job out here. The big cow, I don't remember, I think maybe a March, April division. Obviously, she's big out here in this lineup. That doesn't bother me. What I like about that one is from behind. She's got a big, long hip. She's really good pin. She's good down to her hind legs. She sets square to the ground from behind. Where I would really want to change hers up front. Again, a little more open at her shoulder. Her sternum kind of sits down in her, and when we show her this full and this big bellied, it really kind of accentuates the problems we have in her shoulder tying into her foreribs. And she's not the easiest for this young man to get presented out here, so she's kind of a little more sulky and pouty. But again, if you could put them two things together, then we have one that might be as good as anything we've seen in the show. So I think there's just a little more total goods in our September heifer calf, particularly her skeleton up in her shoulder, her top line. She's going to be our champion today. Congratulations to you. The big cow here is going to be our reserve. He'll be second overall. And then we're actually going to go down here and pick up our February heifer, just a good complete female here. She's going to be our third overall. So congratulations to the three of you.
And your champion in the maintainer heifer division goes to Blaine Dunklau from Wayne County. She comes out of class 38. Reserve champion to Grady Luby from Seward. And your third place overall maintainer heifer goes to Paisley Peterson from Burp County. Congratulations to our champions in the maintainer division. We'll now be switching gears into the Red Angus division. 4 classes today of Red Angus breeding beef. Entering the ring now, class 42, Red Angus heifers, calved September-October 24. Single entry today by Preston Hartman of Johnson County.
Another one of those, and we've had a few of them in the ring, but, the instant she comes in here just really gives you just that look. Alert ear, beautiful carriage in her neck and her shoulder. I love her body length. From the silhouette, that one's as nice as anything we've seen, and as she matures, we just get a little square and wider at her hock, and I think that'll come because she's got the right shape to her from behind. So very, very nice entry here in our Red Angus show to get us started.
And a purple ribbon for Preston Hartman in class 42. Preston is from Johnson County and has a Red Angus heifer calved September-October 2024. We'll now follow that up with class 43 Red Angus heifers calved May-June 2024, a single entry by Finn Thompson of Dakota County.
Purple? Sure. Okay. She gives out white, so you got to watch her. All right. Kind of opposite of what we just had in the ring, we've got another nice entry, and I think about, a cow factory and one that's going to be really sensible in her mature size. She's going to have body. She's got enough muscle in the Red Angus world and still hinged up really pretty good off both ends. So I think you got a nice project here, especially as we think about one on down the road making a mama cow.
And in class 43, Finn Thompson receives a purple ribbon. Finn is from Dakota County. Class 44 is entering the ring. Red Angus yearling heifers, calved March, April 2024. 3 entries today in Class 44.
Somewhere between these two is where I'd like to be, and it's kind of a give and take situation. I think just the way this heifer handles herself on the move is giving her enough an advantage out here, and the obvious things too. She's big boned, she's wide chested. There's a little more to that heifer when we get in behind her, just in terms of spring of rib, in terms of some width. So I guess I'm just kind of thinking down the road as a cow. There's just going to be a lot of value in her, and not one we're going to have to put a lot of extra maintenance into to kind of keep her fat and sassy. So the heifer in second, again, really alert, a long neck, prettier up and through her face and her neck, if you will. She's a little steeper shoulder, and then she's just ornery enough out here fighting it that she doesn't move as correctly as she needs to. And again, is it her attitude? Is there some structure issues? That's kind of the call we got to make. And we get behind them, and that's where I probably thought this heifer just shaped up a little bit better in her pins or turned to her top than is this one right here. But both of them are very nice, and they do need to keep up in her purple category. The big high-performing heifer winds up here in third. Incredible depth of body, maybe just a little jammed up in her neck. And I think the big thing we get a little critical of her is her structure, her shoulder, and gets a little tied up here off her hind leg as she goes. But lots of performance, lots of depth, plenty of substance in the heifer that winds up in third.
Results of Class 44, a blue ribbon for Gabriella Caraway from Dawson County. Second purple to Dylan Wendell from Gosper County, and first purple to Reed Kofall from Howard County. Currently in the ring, class number 45, a single entry today for a red Angus yearling heifer, calved January, February 24. Exhibitor number 928, Carly Malander from Nance County.
Another one that's very deserving of a purple, especially standing here, a lot like the fall calf we saw, bright-eyed and got a nice presence about her front end. Body length is good, enough substance when we get in behind her. A little tighter in her top, as she travels, you see her leave the ring here, you'll notice she gets up in her top just a little bit and doesn't send her loin and tail head in quite as nice, but boy, stopped and propped up here. I think she looks very pleasing to the eye.
In Class 45, a purple ribbon for Carly Mallender from Nance County. We'll now have all of our first purples return to the ring to select your champion Red Angus heifer. We'll also select a reserve champion and third place overall. And returning to the ring in our Red Angus division from Class 42, Preston Hartman from Johnson County. Class 43, Finn Thompson, Dakota County. From Class 44, Reed Kofall from Howard County. And from Class 45, Carly Mallender from Nance County.
Very nice. Again, one of those breeds that really didn't come at us in big numbers, but the quality's good. And this one up on top, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with that when you get her into the Big Mama stage. Senior yearling, she's going to be a handful. I like that heifer a lot. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations, this young fella. And then for reserve, we get a little bit of a give and take situation here. I thought the heifer that won that second class, I believe he told me she was a May heifer. There's just a little more balance. I like this one's throat and her chest a nickel better than the heifer right behind her. We talked about it, as a mama cow down the road, there's just a lot of value in her ability to maintain herself. Partner, you're going to end up having a reserve heifer here in the Red Angus show, and then we're going to come back to our Class 3 winner, which will be third overall. So congratulations, give them all a nice hand, and a very special one up here on the top end.
And congratulations to our overall winners in the Red Angus division. Your grand champion Red Angus heifer goes to Preston Hartman of Johnson County. Reserve champion goes to Finn Thompson of Dakota County. And third place overall goes to Reed Kofall of Howard County. We'll move right into our Shorthorn division with Class 46 Shorthorn breeding beef. Shorthorn heifers calved January through April 2025. Single entry today with Aisley Beach of Otoe County.
All right, another really good start here in our next breed. That dark liver red color and little splashes of white in here, and just the good lines of this heifer. One of those, again, you're kind of drawn to. And I think as we look at her down the road, obviously, I don't know, she's somewhere between January and April. Makes no difference. There's enough gas in her tank. She's got some growth to her, and I think is always going to have that look of quality. So a nice start here in our first class winner in the Shorthorns. She will get a purple. You're reading my mind. You're doing good work. Congratulations to her. Nice start.
And in Class 46, a purple ribbon for Aisley Beach of Otoe County. Currently in the ring, class number 47, 3 entries today, Shorthorn yearling heifers, calved May, June 2024.
Use the 2 longer bodied heifers here. I'm sorry, 2 and 1. Yeah. To kind of get this set going here. And I think, again, just small, subtle differences between them. I thought that the light roan is just a little better as we go out of her shoulder, her heart and forerib, just the midsection of her body a little deeper. Everything kind of blends together a little smoother up into her shoulder than we have here in the darker roan that ends up in second. Body length is good. There's really no difference as we put these cattle on the move here in these first 2. I think they're both, they're okay. I don't know that one is perfect, but we maybe just like to give both of them a little different set to their hind leg, but they're functional enough. So good body length, good looking. That's the thing that this red heifer, roan heifer here brings is just a nice look, and length of body's really good. She just needs more middle third, I think, to kind of balance her out. Very moderate heifer, very muscular in her shape, too, for being a little more moderate in her framework. Just not quite as good at the ground. She's a little softer footed and just doesn't move quite as comfortable as the 2 bigger heifers. But as a cow, hopefully there's a lot of good things that'll work for this heifer in terms of just being moderate and easy to keep.
Results from class 47 with the blue ribbon today, Sydney Jenkins from Kearney County. Second purple goes to Layden Heinrichs from Thayer County, and first purple to Caden Holland from Pierce County. Entering the ring now, class 48, Shorthorn yearling heifers, calved March, April 24. 6 entries today in class 48.
certainly pieces to both these heifers that I sure like. We put them on the go, and this is where this heifer really excels. Again, her shoulder blades laid back right, her length of step out of her front end. Both the length and the way she comes at you is a little maturer than the heifer in second. Her length of hip and hind leg. So, again, skeleton's really good. We're showing her more of a natural fill, and so I think it helps her mobility out here, whereas maybe the heifer in second's a tick too full and just not, it's kind of inhibiting, I think, her length of step. So, obviously, when you make them bigger and longer, we'd like to put a little more rib cage in that one here. So it's one of those deals where with the extra frame, it takes just a little bit more middle third to kind of balance it out. Structure is number one in her, and that's where she wins. Standing here, again, there's a lot of things in this heifer you like. She's got the beautiful hair coat, very soft looking, nice midsection. I think that's really good. She's a tick full. And I don't know if that's necessarily affecting her mobility as much as being a little shorter hip, a little steeper up in her shoulder. But really, we get her on the lead, and that heifer just needs to take a longer stride, be a little more comfortable to her. And I would like for you to maybe show her with a little more emptied out than what she is. I don't think we need to get them that full. The next two heifers have some issues with their feet, and I think it affects her movement. Both of them off the hind feet. They don't set right down on their claws. The roan heifer is just simply longer bodied. I really like the front two-thirds of her. I just like to strengthen her up, from her hook bone and then down to the ground. And certainly both heifers, they need to have a higher quality hoof underneath them. Very moderate heifer, the one that we have here in fourth, balances out nice standing. Again, moving, she has some struggles to her and not quite as long-necked and quite as good up in the front third of her body as the roan heifer. Another blue ribbon heifer, and again, the big thing that I would say she sure has an advantage over is at the ground. I think the foot quality, the shape of her hoof is better than the other two. Length is good, muscle's good. She's just a little awkward in the way she puts everything together. Like her shoulder doesn't blend as nice in her forerib, and her top line just doesn't come together quite as smoothly as the other two heifers. But I thought enough good pieces to her. We sure need to keep her up in the blue ribbon category. We've got a lot more frame in the heifer that completes the class. Length is good. Nice up and through her neck and her shoulder. A little flatter bodied, and she too, we could improve her structurally on both ends just a nickel bit more if we could. And one of those cases where I think with some maturity and a little more substance in this heifer, it can sure change her a lot. So nice class. Again, good quality here to work with on all through the particular class.
Thank you, Dr. Shockey. Winning that class is Brooke Hansen from Dixon County with a March 28th. Second in that class was J.C. Stutzman from Seward County. Third, Aubrey Jensen. Fourth, Addison Rist. Fifth goes to Addison Berner. And sixth goes to Mia Lyons. Again, winning the class, Brooke Hansen from Dixon County. Second, J.C. Stutzman from Seward County. Coming in our January, Februaries. We have 3 Februaries and a January. Annalyn Beach, Jack Drews, Lizzie David, and Blaine Dunklout in that order.
All right. Whoops. Nice class, and again, just one that's just in terms of her quality, the conditioning they've got her in, the presentation's a very nice heifer. Big wide-bodied cattle, really nice in terms of her hip design. I like the way that one's made. To her pins, her tail head sits in it right. Length of hip's good. The angles read really nice in her skeleton, her joint down low. A couple little things, she rolls in just a nickel up front on her feet. And I think for me personally, her, like several in the class, I think they need a little more heel on them, and I think improvement in their foot. But her feet are square to the ground. It's just some little things except for her fronts, but the hind feet are square at the ground. And certainly a nice female here to get us started. For second, she's more like her than the other two. And really from her knees and her hocks up, we can like that heifer. She's a big wide-bodied female. Length of neck is nice on that one there. She's maybe just a little fatter down in through her chest region, and I think from the standpoint of running gear, underpinning, not quite as special as the one we have here that's going to win the class. The next two here in our blue ribbon category, I just think as cows, I have a little more confidence in the ability to Rowan to kind of maintain herself. She's a little more moderate, a little bolder made in terms of her rib. We probably want to lift her neck up out of her shoulder a little nicer and her chest floor up just a nickel more if we could, but I like her shape. I like her moderation. I think she just gives us a low maintenance. Look, we get more framework here in the heifer in fourth. Length is really good. Both of them are maybe just a little lethargic in their movement off their hind leg. I'd like for them to reach out and take a step, and I thought maybe this one here also had just a bit more of a struggle out of her shoulder, but I like her length. I like her frame. A little cleaner condition than a couple of heifers up here ahead of her.
In the blue ribbon group today in class 49, Jack Drews from Saunders County and Lizzie David from Dawson County. Second purple goes to Annalyn Beach from Odo County, and first purple to Blaine Dunklow from Wayne County. We'll now have our first purples return to the ring for the selection of your grand champion Shorthorn heifer. From class 1, Aisley Beach from Odo County. From class 2, Caden Holen from Pierce County. From class 3, Brooke Hansen from Dixon County. And returning from class 4, Blaine Dunklow from Wayne County.
Well, nice thing about our breeds, it'll be fun here in a little bit. We get everything together. We've got another very nice champion that's going to fit in our lineup in terms of one that's just got, the dominating look and the quality to her. So that'll be the heifer that just won our last class. Sister, you're going to have our champion here. Congratulations to you. We're going to go up in the next class ahead of her. You're going to be our reserve champion, and then we're going to come back and pick your classmate. She'll be third overall. So congratulations to these three young ladies, a nice set of Shorthorns.
And your grand champion Shorthorn heifer is exhibited by Blaine Dunklow from Wayne County. Reserve champion is exhibited by Brooke Hansen of Dixon County. And third place overall Shorthorn exhibited by J.C. Stutzman from Seward County. Congratulations to our champions. We will now start our Shorthorn Plus classes with class number 50, Shorthorn Plus yearling heifers, calved May, June 2024. 3 entries today in class number 50, and we do have 3 classes, 50, 51, and 52 in the Shorthorn Plus division.
All right, our blue heifer, again, just one of those that kind of commands your attention when she walks in the ring. Actually, the heifer ends up second. When she came in, I thought that's a nice female. I like her build and her structure. And then we follow this one in here that's really good underneath. You know, her feet and legs are nice. Her bone work's good. She's in the right kind of conditioning. Enough to her when we get in behind her. You know, again, a little thing for me, I'd like to just kind of stouten her up in her muzzle, shorten it up just a little bit, kind of make her a little stouter headed if we could. But a little thing, we got to say something. I tell you what's most impressive, though, young lady, you have no fear, and you got a big heart, and I appreciate that because that thing coming shaking her head at you, I know it kind of gets your heart beating. Nice job in getting her shown. Like I've already said, that white flanked heifer I thought was really pretty nice as she walked in, and her structure is good, her length is good. You know, she doesn't have the bone work to her and just that real heavy-duty look in terms of pin width when you get in behind her, but I think she very nicely follows their class winner in terms of structure. And then this one here doesn't have a mean bone in her, does she? She's doing a nice job with this young lady. Very modern in her frame. We need to give her just a little more rib cage and a little stouter hip and hind leg. But, again, I think as a cow, we tend to appreciate these a lot more out in the pasture than we do in here in the show ring because I don't think the maintenance needs on her are going to be quite as much as some bigger cattle. So good luck to you, young lady. Nice class.
Results of Class 50 with a blue ribbon today, Laurel Moore from Clay County. Second purple to J.C. Stutzman from Seward County, and first purple to Hadley Dostal from Colfax County. We now have Class 51 entering the ring. 2 entries today in Class 51, Shorthorn Plus yearling heifers, calved March, April 2024.
We'll leave them as they are brought in. The black heifer will be first, and just the little things that I think are important for mama cows down the road she has. She toes the head straighter up front. Her depth of body's a little nicer. I think a little more what we want to find in a breeding female. And the assembly of her hind leg, I just like the way she handles her hock a little bit better than the red heifer. The red one's got a lot of bone. She's really nice necked. That's one that's got some body length to her. A little harder in her midsection, but the biggest thing I want to do is just kind of redesign her, in her shoulder, down her front feet, and then off her hind leg, just to make her a little more flexible if we could in terms of movement. But good quality female here that's got some look and got some bone.
In Class 51, a blue ribbon today for Trevor Lindquist of Douglas Sarpy County and a purple ribbon for Caden Holen of Pierce County. Next up, Class 52, Shorthorn Plus Yearling Heifers, calved January, February 2024. 4 entries today in Class 52. Following this class, our first purples will return for your selection of your champion and reserve champion and third place overall Shorthorn Plus Heifer.
Very nice. Nice cattle, and 3 of them, I think, are very competitive in here. And, the one that wins the class, that's a big moose. That's a big one, but still very good. I think her length of hip, the set and design of her hind leg, whether you study her from the side, you get in behind him and watch him, I think she sets the truest at the ground from behind. I would say standing there, we might find one that struggles a little bit more out of her front end, but actually I think that's also an advantage she has over the next heifer here. She's just more comfortable up front. A lot of it, I think, is just the good foot that she has underneath her, and I think it helps kind of set the foundation for her, and that extra length is really helps her in terms of mobility. Standing here, a nice heifer in second. A lot of work has been put into this one in terms of the hair quality, the presentation. A little taller front, a little heavier bone, just a little more elegance here in terms of her top shape. And you get in behind her, she's a big, powerful hip heifer and sets down a little stronger on her hind leg than the one here in third. A couple things in movement. Again, there's some issues, I think, in her lower shoulder and up front. And then as we get in behind this one here, she just kind of teeters on the edge on where I think those hind feet need to set. She gets a little base wide out from behind. I think, once again, it's just a matter if we can lengthen that old gal's hip up a little bit, set that thing out a little longer. In my opinion, I think that would help her length of stride so she doesn't have to swing him as much as to get from point A to point B. My opinion, for whatever it's worth. If we can lean this heifer in third up, I think then that thing gets really close here. I like a lot of things about her. She's big-bodied. She's got a really elegant look to her neck and her shoulder. We've just put a little extra barley in that one, a little too much fat, and I think it kind of distracts her from it. But really, from the standpoint of structure, natural body width, that's a very, very good female, and I think she has some mobility advantages over the heifer here that we wind up in second. So close call. Both of them are very nice. Both of them need to stay up in purple. The bigger red heifer then, tall-shouldered, really clean, very muscular, lots of bone on her, just a little straight again. We've talked a lot about cattle that are a little steeper shouldered and shorter hipped, and this would be another one that we just like to set the angles a little differently in her if we could, and that would change the whole dynamics of this heifer here as she moves around the ring. But there's a lot of punch in that one there. It's got a lot of substance.
Results of Class 52, receiving a blue ribbon today, Austin Yoakum from Hall County. Receiving a purple ribbon, Brooke Hansen from Dixon County. Second purple goes to Rihanna Bacon from Burt County, and first purple goes to Graham Johnson, also from Burt County. We'll now have our first place purples from classes 50 through 52 return to select your champion, reserve champion, and third place overall Shorthorn Plus heifer. Returning from Class 50, Hadley Dostal from Colfax County. From Class 51, Caden Holland from Pierce County. And from Class 52, Graham Johnson from Burt County.
plus show has been really good. I was anxious to kind of get them back out here and see how these two eventual champions were going to stack up. The blue heifer, again, a little more immature, but I think that really helps the shape of her neck. I feel like the angle of her shoulder is probably constructed a little bit better than the heifers behind her. As we study her underneath and we kind of get underneath the hair coat, again, especially from the ground up, this one of the group is a little narrower underneath, and I don't think probably quite as much real natural body width to her, but for a female, we can also argue that there's probably just enough. I commented on that muzzle and that jaw. Again, this makes probably no difference to most of you, but my grandpa, who was a Hereford breeder and had Shorthorns, he always hated them narrow-jawed ones, and so when I was a little kid, he always kind of instilled that in me. That just got to have a stouter, and I think it kind of traces back into what she is underneath. The senior yearling, I talked about that one in class. That's a big cow. I don't need 100 of them, but when you have one that's special, it's good to have those kind of breeds. We talk about donor cows, and the donors that we have at home are the big cows, and I don't particularly need 100 of them things to feed. But that one there, I think, from her forerib back is really intriguing. She's really long-bodied. I love that big, long hip. The length that it has, the construction of her hind leg, and that don't matter whether we look at her from the side, we look at her from behind. She sets that thing really good from the top of her pins down to the ground, very true. So, like I said, in class, just standing there, we wouldn't speculate on how she's going to move out of her front end because of kind of the way her neck is attached to the upper part of her shoulder, but she actually handles it pretty good, rolls in just a nickel, but her length of step is really good. So, big, stout, powerful cow, good-looking cow. We're going to use the older heifer here to be our champion. Congratulations to our young man. The blue roan heifer here will be our reserve, another very fine entry. And then we'll come back here and use our classmate to our champion. Young lady, you'll be third overall. Give them all a nice hand. This has been a really good plus show.
And congratulations to our champions in the Shorthorn Plus division. Grand champion Shorthorn Plus heifer comes out of class 52 and is exhibited by Graham Johnson from Burt County. Reserve champion comes out of class 50 and is exhibited by Hadley Dostal of Colfax County. And your third place overall is the second purple from class 52, exhibited by Rihanna Bacon from Burt County. Congratulations. Moving right into our Simmental classes. Class 53 already in the ring. 2 entries in Class 53. Simmental heifers, calved January through April 2025.
Winning the Shorthorn Plus would be Graham Johnson, and Hadley Dostal was reserve. Okay, we are starting the Simmental heifers. If you've joined us later, Dr. Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas is our judge today. Scott really needs very little introduction when it comes to judging around the world. They said on his bio that he's judged cattle in 44 of the 50 states in the Union, 3 foreign countries, including Argentina, South America, and Mexico. Probably judged most all the majors in the world, and was on staff at K-State for a very long time. Had 5 national judging teams, national champion teams, and coached the team or helped for 24 years. Here's Dr. Shockey.
And as we watch these 2 heifers move today, this first one's just a little more ring ready. I don't know that she's broke 100%, but the fact is she's a little more relaxed out here. She stays a lot nicer in her top line, out her tail head. The accuracy of her hind leg, I think, is just a little more spot on. So she's really skinny yet. I think she's going to have a nice neck to her. She's going to have plenty of hip when you get in behind her. It would just be interesting to see how she kind of fills in through the midsection of her body. body. And that's what I like about the heifer that winds up in second. I think what this heifer needs is just a few more trips to town and to the show ring so she relaxes, because we get her out here on the lead and she wants to kind of tighten up in her top and kind of get a little hitchy off her hind leg. And again, it's just probably as much of anything a nervous issue with her. I like her body. I like her bone. I think there's some quality to her, but today the way she's moving out here in terms of her top line maybe just doesn't hold it together quite as good. Nice pair, though.
Okay, winning that class was Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy County with a March heifer, following her with Grace Lovell from Gage County with a February. Coming in now, Simmental heifers calf November, December of 24. We've got 2 entries from Hudson Schroeder in Cummings County and Bailey Prince from Colfax County, both born in November of 24.
Gage County, and first purple to Coy Kirsten of Douglas Sarpy County.
Well, Scott should be in his wheelhouse here since he's retired from K-State. They said he put 32 years in there, 25 as the judging team coach or helped with the team, and he's now retired to focus full time on the Simmental operation there in Westmoreland with his sons. Scott has a sale of his own in the fall, and then he also has a customer appreciation sale with some other people toward the end of fall or in December, start of the winter time. Very active marketing and very, very competitive in the Simmental breed.
Another very good pair. Obviously, this one here is just quite a bit further along in terms of bloom and readiness. I like this one's length. Her neck is nice. It's long. It's setting the shoulder blade really good. Got a little wrinkle underneath. I like that because it tells me that heifer's got some grow in her. She's going to keep some body to her. Some of those that we get a little too tight up in her throat latch, at least the ones we work with back home, they just too hard as cows, and I don't think we got a real issue here. Set her tail head in her just a little differently. Time will tell on her front feet and her shoulder how she holds together. She does have a very nice usable hind leg, but lots of quality here in this heifer to get us started. Another really big, long, good-looking rascal here, kind of the same front end we talked about on her. She's got just a little bit of a wrinkle, but that's okay. She'll grow into it. Her front shoulder is pretty good. Going to be just a little tougher on her hind leg, okay? She's a little steeper down in her ankle and her hock, but a lot of good presence to her once we get her stopped. A lot like the heifer ahead of her, just minus the high-quality hair coat. So lots of brush work, buddy. You can get her caught, all right? Good job.
And in class 54,
Okay, Bailey Prince wins that class from Colfax County. Second is Hudson Schroeder from Cumming County. We have a single entry, September heifer coming in from Everly Chrisman from York. Yeah, one more small class, and then looks like we get to the March and Aprils and the January, February. There looks like there's plenty of heat and thunder coming at you.
we're going to award this heifer a blue ribbon. And, the things I like, obviously her bone work is good. Length of neck's nice. She's got some things up to the front third of her body that's really pretty good. We need to go ahead and keep bringing this heifer along. Right now she's kind of at that really skinny green stage where she's a little rougher in the way that she's made down her top line. And once again, I think we can just loosen her up a bit more in terms of some reach and off her hind leg. But there's some quality. I think there's some good pieces there to work with. We just kind of need to keep bringing her along and get just a little more conditioning, a little more maturity in her.
And in Class 55, Everly Chrisman of York County receives a blue ribbon. Now for Class 56, Simmental yearling heifers, calved May, June 2024. 2 entries today in Class 56.
All right. Again, leave them as they brought it to us here. Young lady's heifer, just incredible in terms of body length. She's got a nice neck and sets up in her shoulder nice. I like this one's knee and her front foot from the side. She's got some cushion out of her front end. So body length's really good. She's also real impressive when you get in behind her. Big pin, got a big long hip in her. We get her on the move. Again, one of those that's got just enough extra set to her hind legs. She kind of gets up underneath her body, and then we get some wonky stuff going on in her top line, of her pins and up in the middle part of her back, and a little rounder shouldered, and so as you transition her into her forerib, maybe doesn't blend quite as nicely, but little things like that. I think the big picture, her length, the mobility, especially out of her front knee and front foot, big pin set in her, I think she's got some really fun pieces to work with. This little heifer here in second stopped. I like the way she blends together. She's nice in her underline. She needs a little more length, and then again, where we really want to make this one up into a purple category is to change her structure just a little bit. She's a little steeper shoulder, a little tighter hinge off her hind leg, but that's kind of the big picture. Other than that, I like her smoothness, I like her pattern we get her stopped, just need to change her structure.
In Class 56, Hayden Warner receives a blue ribbon. And Lainey Tranick from Gage County receives a purple ribbon. Hayden is from Saline County. Again, Lainey is from Gage County. "11 entries coming in right now in Class 57. Simmental yearling heifers, calved March, April 2024. One of our largest classes of the day. Again, 11 entries. We do have one more class following this in our Simmental division before we choose your champion, reserve champion, and third place overall.
Okay, we've got March and April heifers coming in. April Starting with the Aprils. From right to left on your radio dial, starting with Logan Smith with an April 25th. Then Grace Lovell, Gracie Clausen. Also have April heifers. Fourth one come in the ring will be Blakely Katz, Kenzo Carlson, Jordan Van Schoyak, Luke Mosier, Madison Higeman, Stella Aarons, Tatum Dorsey, and the oldest heifer on a March 1st would be Caleb Ruyak from Washington County. Again, like she said, 11 head in this class. And this looks like it'll be a little challenging. There's sure some types and kinds and different kinds in here, and there's some power. I think as you can see, there's sure enough 4 or 5 really top end competitors in here.
It's another one of those classes. I think we can kind of climb on the fence and go either direction. I'm not saying this is an easy winner, and maybe you should say she could go fourth. There's reasons we can do that here in these top 4 purple ribbon cattle. And I think, though, I look at it, oftentimes I get in a little bit of a jam out here in the show ring. It's like if I had my truck and trailer here, which one would I take home and work with, okay? And I think this one here has, especially from the show ring perspective, has a little of the extra bells and whistles to work with. That's a big creature. Again, I don't want a bunch of them like that. She is big, she's long shank, and she ain't done growing. Got a good look, excellent condition, enough body to her. Teeters on whether she has enough real dimension when you study her chest and from behind, but and good enough in the way that she goes. So again, I think there's some things we can really work with and build upon because of the unique features that she has. The heifer in second, it wasn't any easier in showmanship, was it? You know, she just beat you up, and I think from her forerib back, I see a lot of good in her. Obviously, for you show ring junkies, this one's got too much throat, too much chest for you, but I think her skeleton is extremely good. I think that one's going to have a really nice udder when she lays down and decides to have a calf. I think the makeup of her hind leg and the way she uses it today is a little more of what I like than what we have here in the red heifer. And obviously, to really make her the one that we all want to grab a hold of in the show ring, we want to change the front third of her in terms of her chest and her front end. I know the red heifer stopped. I want to move her up into second, and we get her on the go, and she gets a little low-headed and kind of lethargic. I look at the battle wound on her hind leg, and maybe there's a reason for it. She just doesn't look as comfortable out here on the go. Standing, there's a lot of reasons to get her up. She's got a powerful build. She's got good shape to her. I think she's got a little more ring presence than the Baldy we just discussed out here. But I'm not just a real big fan, and we put her on the go in the way that she wants to get around the ring. This next heifer, again, a lot of work's been put into this one in terms of her quality of hair. She's one of those, we get her stopped and propped up. She does have some really dynamic features to her. Got a great ankle. And I think her hock works right. She needs to be longer hip. And I think as you detect this heifer on the move, because she is a little steeper shoulder, kind of a little more jammed up in her neck, she wants to get up in the middle of her back. And I think if we could just stretch that thing out on both ends, then we have one here that probably more deservingly needs to get up on the front end of this class. But for me, she's just a little short on both ends, and I think it affects this one's up into her top line. A nice skeleton in the next heifer, really long bodied. She's really good in her feet and legs. She, too, I think is going to have a nice udder down the road here. Right now, she kind of comes to us a little empty in the middle third of her body. We just need to give a little more rib cage and kind of swoop to it, but there's some really good skeletal features that maybe a couple of heifers up ahead of her just simply don't have. We kept moving this one up, and again, I had her down here in the corner thinking I need to get her up on the top end, and she kind of got a little bit lost in the shuffle, but by golly, we refound her. A nice heifer here, not perfect off her hind leg, but I like this one's neck and chest and rib. I think, again, the front third of this body here, of this female here, is really pretty nice, but I would like to lengthen her out in her hip, and again, just redesign the makeup of her hind leg just a nickel if we could. Good presence standing here in this next heifer. Again, just not quite right off her hind leg, but boy, she's got the alert eye and ear and really gets her neck set up out of her shoulder well. We had her in showmanship, and she kind of did the same thing, so as long as she's playing the game right, sometimes, too, she can get just a little surly on us, but that's a nice heifer. Again, nice job feeding her. The next heifer is really stout, and I like her hip, and again, the bone work she has, a very usable hind leg, just a little more lower shoulder and chest, and just not quite enough middle third in her to offset that, if you will. But there's a lot of good things about that female that one can sure like. And the one right behind her is really no different, a little bigger statured kind of a female. I think she struggles a bit more off her hind leg than the ones we had up here above her, but that's a nice quality female as well. We want to loosen the next two up just a little bit. They're a little jammed up, and they're a little tighter moving off their hind legs. Both of them have a ton of muscle. There's plenty of body in them and rib shape. They're not going to be big cattle. They're very moderate, but I think structure is kind of the big thing that we want to reevaluate on those two heifers right there.
And in Class 57, we will have complete results momentarily. We can say your second purple goes to Jordan Van Schoik from Gage County, and your first purple to Bailey Katz from Gage County. We now have Class 58 entering the ring. 6 entries today in Class 58. Simmental yearling heifers, calved January, February 2024.
All right, a couple of purples here on top, and the red heifer's got just a little extras to her length of body. Maintains a lot smoother top line, in the middle part of her back and out through her tailhead. I kind of like the design of her hock. She's a little flatter hock, and I thought maybe handle that hind leg just a nickel more correctly from the side. So good female. She maybe is not perfect balanced as we kind of study her underline, her sternum, and back into her flank. We'd like to build that just a little differently and balance it out a little differently if we could. But I think that's a very nice female. I think a very nice mama cow here next. You see her udder development, her teat spacing is really good. Going to be pretty moderate in her size, but still dense enough. Good in terms of her feet and her bone. Just a little coarser up in her chest. We talked about this in showmanship, and it's a little, it kind of throws her out of balance. Now, fortunately for me, she's got enough forerib and underline that it doesn't maybe pull quite as away from her. We'd like to set her tail head in just a little bit nicer and maybe just set her, she's got a little extra set to her hind leg, just set that up a little better if we could. But not big issues with regards to, I'll take one like that any day over one that's a little too straight. So, again, I'm going to bet my money on that one more so in the pasture than maybe out here in the ring. We take a big step backwards in size, but that's okay. We have a lot of big bulls in this breed to breed that one too. She's really another high-quality heifer. She's smooth. She's well-balanced. Obviously, you're surrounded by some big ones out here, and so maybe performance-wise we need a little bit more, but she's hooked up a lot better in her structure and her lines, and because of that, we're going to keep her up here in the third hole. Two bigger, higher, in fact, all three of these are big, high-performing cattle, and we just kind of kept weight as a kind of an issue here. I thought the Baldy's just a little smoother in her top, a little more uniform in her underline. The next heifer, her length is good. Really, all three of these are just a little more challenged in terms of movement and structure. We complete with the heifer that's probably the most muscular of these other three, but has a tendency of getting just a little rounder maybe for me. A good class, another nice pair up here on the top end.
And results from Class 50.
Okay, winning that class. Winning that class, Oakley Dorsey from Saunders County with a February 28th. Second was Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy. Third, Dirks Casper. Fourth, Peyton Hermelbrett. Fifth was Leighton Diebler, and sixth was Lexi Wills. Okay, coming back for our champion, we've got a March 25 heifer, Corey Kirsten's leading. The Bailey Prince with November 24 heifer. The early fall, September, October is out because she did not make a purple. Lainey Trowernick with a Mayborn heifer be the fourth one in the ring, or the third one in the ring, fourth one in the ring would be Blakely Katz from Gage County. And the class we just seen again was Oakley Dorsey from Saunders County. Another really tough, another really good drive. Okay, get in the ring now as your champion, Simmental heifer. Here's Dr. Shockey.
As a Simmental breeder, I want to thank you. You've got a great show here. I'm not going to leave the show and say that I'm convinced the best Simmental one, because I'm not sure which one the best one really is. There's 3 of them out here that I like just a little better. But each of the 3, I think they have some things that are very positive, but maybe each of the 3, a thing or 2 that we might want to change just to make them the elite one. You know, we've had a lot of breeds where there's just been that 1 or 2 kind of stand out. I think out here today in our Simmental ring, all 5 of these class winners are really good, but there's 3 that just have a little bit more of the extras. So real quick, let's talk about them. Our fall heifer, we talked about how, you know, her presence is really good. I like that about her. Her bone's good. She's got a nice youthful look to her. You know, the couple little things that I picked on her in class, and I will do it again, is her tail head, and I'm still not convinced she's just perfect up out of her shoulder and her front feet. That's going to be one of those deals that I think will be something we can kind of pay attention to down the road. The next heifer here, tremendous body length. I think her blade set back the best of the group. She's really good in her knee. Her length of body's good. Got a big hip in her. We talked about how when you're just a nickel around her shoulder and a little tighter in your forerib, maybe it doesn't transition quite as nicely, and she's so long with a little extra set that doesn't stay quite as collected, but she reaches out and takes a really good stride. She's not one of those that's too steep. And so again, you put a gun to my head and you say, which one do you want? One that's sickle hocked or too straight? I'll always take the one that's got a little extra set to their hind leg. And I know many of you don't, especially those that really like the show ring. And then we have the big pretty one. And again, I don't know that I'm going to say she's perfect structured. I think she's okay. Where she's really good is her elegant look. We've got a nice big middle fed into that one there. I don't know that she's as truly dense in terms of her openness of chest and pin width and base width underneath as the one right ahead of her, but she does have some really fun pieces to work with to breed around. So we have a lot of bulls that can complement all 3 of these heifers. Again, congratulations. This is going to be our champion right here that just made the circle. The reserve champion is going to be the big heifer, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to use our little fall for 3rd overall. Congratulations.
Okay, the champion purebred Simmental heifer exhibited by Laney Trowernick from Gage County. Reserve champion goes to Blakely Katz from Gage County. 3rd overall will be Corey Kirsten from Douglas Sarpy. Really, really stellar set of heifers. I don't know if maybe he was as happy with them as maybe he should have been. I thought that was a pretty nice set of Simmental heifers. But maybe that's because it makes them tight, it makes them tough. You know, when you got that many good ones, it's harder to have the one heifer that maybe stands out. Okay, we are just now getting into the percentage Simmental Foundation Simmental heifers. First class, we have 3 spring of 25 calves. Ethan Benish and Gracie Clausen has 2 entries in that class. Entering right now in order, Ethan Benish with a March heifer.
And congratulations to our Simmental champions. Your champion
Gracie has two
class 56 and
Februarys coming in now.
of Gage County. Reserve champion goes to Blakely Katz of Gage County. And your 3rd place overall goes to Bailey Prince of Colfax County. Congratulations. And keeping the show rolling, we will go into our foundation Simmental classes. Class number 59 is complete in the ring with 3 entries. This is your foundation Simmental heifer class, calf January through April 2025.
I apologize. I said the 3rd place. I misunderstood him. The 3rd place, according to the big voice lady over there, with Bailey Prince, with her class 54 November female, come out of the 2nd class of the day. I apologize. I thought he pulled in Corey.
we get started in our foundations. I think these two heifers here really have a bright future. Obviously, the white-legged one's just so much further along right now in her cage and just her development, the substance that she has, and more relaxed too out here in the ring. She's handling this atmosphere a little better than the heifer here in second. So a nice place to get us started. I do like the really youthful look of this blaze-faced heifer. She's good in her running gear. I think feet and legs are kind of heading the right direction to her. So as she gets a little more middle third and kind of comes along, hopefully that'll kind of cover up some of that navel. And the only other thing, too, we'll have to kind of watch just a little bit is her tail head, but sometimes that just becomes a little bit of a nervous issue out here. Young man's got a nice heifer, obviously really long, and she's going to have probably as much muscle as anything here in the class as we get a little more age on her. The biggest difference I thought between her and the other two is we put her on the go, maybe just not quite as comfortable in the set of her hind leg, but good female. She's long, she's muscular, she's got some gas in her tank. She'll make a big yearling here on down the road. Good job, partner.
And results of class number 59, Ethan Benish receives a blue ribbon. Ethan is from Hall County. And Gracie Clausen receives second purple, and Gracie Clausen also receives first purple. Gracie is from Burt County. Currently in the ring, class 60, Foundation Simmental Heifers, September-October 24. Single entry today by Brant Lauriston from Washington County.
Very nice heifer and young man doing a great job out here being the Lone Ranger. Good presence again. This heifer is really nice in the front third of her body. Big hip when you get in behind her. I was kind of interested to get her stopped and propped up to just see how everything's assembled here from her hooks into her pins and her hind leg. And right now it looks like everything looks pretty good. We'll get some buddies out here in a few minutes and kind of get a better speculation here on movement. But standing here, I think that's really a nice female. Congratulations.
And in class 60, Brant Lauriston from Washington County receives a purple ribbon. Moving into class 61, Foundation Simmental Yearling Heifers, calved March-April 2024. 2 entries today in class 61.
This blaze-face heifer, really nice body length, good job in getting her ready for the state fair. She's in nice condition. I like her length. I like the assembly of her hip and her hind leg as she gets out and travels. She just looks a little more comfortable, and I think she's also better in her shoulder. I don't know that she's perfect, but as I compare to the heifer here in second, she's handling her shoulder and certainly down in her sternum just a little bit nicer. I like this heifer's midsection. She's really good in her heart and her depth back into her flank. Just the big thing we want to do is lay her shoulder back and lengthen her hip hip out just a little bit, and I think that would really change this heifer here in terms of mobility. She's a little fast on you too, and when they're built a little straight, then they take kind of a quick hitchy hand on their legs. So, but a nice female. We're going to give her blue because of some problems we might see here in terms of her structure up into her shoulder and off her hind leg.
In Class 61, Jovi Setlick from Valley County receives a blue, and Tatum Dorsey from Saunders County receives a purple. Our largest class of foundation scimitals is up next, class 62. 7 exhibitors this evening in Class 62. Foundation Simmental yearling heifers, calved January, February 2024.
Really nice, and we had quite a few of these in showmanship, at least over on my side, and so I got a little bit of a sneak peek, especially these two up here on the top end, and they're really good. You know, the big obvious thing is we've got one on top that's just really highly presented. She's about 2 ribs longer, tremendous in terms of her length of top, length of hip that she has. She's got the big middle that everybody likes, and I guess for me, I don't know that I'm a huge fan on her movement. She gets just a little awkward from behind, a little base wide, maybe not quite as square up front, but she's just so overwhelming from this angle here because of her length, her freshness of neck. Got a nice mama cow look to her. And again, not enough of an issue with movement that I think we end up beating her with the heifer that I like in second as well, because I think the one in second's really good at the surface. Nice feet. Both ends, you kind of see her coming and going. She sets them square to the ground and really no issues from there on up. That heifer's got plenty to her when you get in behind her. You know, the big thing is we kind of surround her with some of these great big heifers out here. We just start hanging the question mark, does she have enough length? And I think that'd be the big thing if we could do that. But that's a solid one. I would just, again, promise you, young man, I think better days for this one in the pasture. I just think as a cow, I think you're going to like that one a lot. And there's just a lot of good, fun things to breed around on her. In third, another big, high-quality heifer. Again, a lot of effort and a fresh hair coat that she has. Big hip from the side. You can see the length is really good. Probably a couple little things. She's got a little extra ribbon running down the underneath side of her chin and her neck, and kind of throws her out of balance. Her neck shape and top of her shoulder. Just the makeup of her front third maybe doesn't hit her as being quite as striking from the side. And a good usable hind leg, just a nickel more set, but I think it's functioning enough and certainly no issue there. But good high quality, long body, big pen, big hip, a lot of fun things there. The next heifer, a big statured, heavy duty female, lots of rib cage, lots of dimension and bone to her. Again, we just got enough more sternum and down here low that it kind of throws her a little out of balance. And I would like to on her maybe just set her a little more comfortable on her hind leg. If again we can get into that issue where she's sure acceptable. But if you want to make them perfect, we do like we have up here in these first two. The next baldy heifer that's starting to sneak around the end here, a tremendous body length, really good feet and legs on her. Muscle shape is good. It's just kind of that middle third. We just need to have one a little further along in calf and a little more body shape, and then we get that heifer up quite a few notches, because I think she's one of the real nice ones here on the move in the way she handles it. Another one I like a lot here is standing next. Big statured, heavy boned, and the biggest problem is we ask her to go and she's just a little straight off both ends and just a little too tight for me. Then we end with a very nice heifer. This is a good class. I think the quality run really deep. This one's a little nicer up through the front third of her body. I think the angle to her shoulder is a little more usable than what we have up here. Probably like a heifer or two up ahead of her, she needs just a bit more rib cage and flank to make that thing balance out just a little bit better. But that's a good class. I think a very solid set of females from one end to the other.
Okay, winning that class, Luke Katz from Gage County. Second will be Hayden Schroeder from Cummings County. Third, Tina Libby. Fourth goes to Isabella Warner. Fifth to Jack Melander. Sixth to Sawyer Tigler. And seventh to Luke Jensen. So we're coming back. Again, Luke Katz first, Hayden Schroeder second. Okay, bringing back the champion drive in the foundation females. Out of Class 1 will be Gracie Clausen with a February heifer. Coming to the second class, the one fall heifer will be Brant Lawrenson from Washington County. Third one coming in will be Tatum Dorsey from Saunders. And the heifer we just
from class 61, Tatum Dorsey from Saunders County. And from class 62,
and the heifer we just saw, Luke Katz, with a February 12th heifer. Okay, and if you're wondering what we still got before we have champion, there's two classes of AOBs, just a class of 3 and 4 that'll move through pretty fast. And then we have 6 classes of commercial heifers with about 7 or 8 in every class. So it probably should, I'm going to say we're going to be at least another hour before we get to the champion drive, or darn near. Depends on how fast he moves with them, but Here's our judge.
Another very nice breed show, and my hat's off to you. It's getting a little later in the day, and I know we're probably all wanting to get back home. I don't know why, because this is the Nebraska State Fair, and you have to go home. You got to work, right? So our vacation was always at the county fair or the state fair. Nonetheless, 2 heifers that come out of the same class. The last 2 deserve our championship and reserve champion banners. So this will be our champion down here on the end. Classmate will be reserved. Congratulations to these 2. And then as we get to studying for 3rd overall, I think it gets a little closer. I am, again, in class, she was the only one in there, but this heifer from her hip bone forward I think is really nice. I would still like to build her just a little differently in her tail head and her pin set, but I like that thing a lot from there forward. Young man, you're going to be 3rd overall. Congratulations. Nice job. Very nice pair of heifers up here on top.
And our champion goes to Luke Katz from Gage County. Reserve, following him right out of class, would be Hayden Schroeder from Cummings County. And 3rd went to our lone fall heifer, Brant Lawrenson from Washington County.
Goes to Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County, and 3rd place overall in the Foundation Simmental division goes to Brant Lawrenson from Washington County. Congratulations to the champions.
Dr. Shockey might make a lie out of me a little bit. He acts like he's anxious. He's at the ring looking at him as fast as he can get him in there. I think he looked at his clock and realized it's 8 o'clock in the middle of Nebraska.
2024 has 3 entries.
So in this class, in order, we have Baker Beamer, Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County, Baker Beamer from Wayne County, Adeline Cisco from Pawnee, and Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County. As far as what other breeds, I'm gonna say your guess is as good as mine. I'm gonna say, looking at names, looking at the cattle, I'm gonna guess these. I was gonna say at least a couple of them are Limmies, or maybe Limmy and Lim Flex, and they didn't have. I thought they needed 3 for a breed, but regardless, all 3 of these really good heifers. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this is probably one of the tougher 3 in a division that we've seen all day. And again, I apologize for not being able to tell you sires and dams. It's kind of hard up here. We just don't get that information as much as I wish I could tell you. We just don't know. Again, standing there, 1st Baker Beamer, 2nd Adeline Cisco, 3rd Cooper Lindstrom.
Very nice heifer on top here. Again, she's the one that looks like a female and moves the best, well balanced. Not as long as the heifer here in 3rd, but everything's proportional. I think she really puts things together very nicely. So young man here in 2nd, again, he seemed a little frustrated with me, and I told him this is just like his last heifer he had. They've got a nice job getting her haired up, but she's just too short for me in her hip. She's too straight in her shoulder, doesn't move comfortably enough. But again, don't worry, let your emotions, okay? Just It's just a cow show, buddy. The sun will rise tomorrow. So you got a nice heifer. You put a lot of work into her, but for me, she's just not sound enough. The heifer in third, I like her body length. We get her stopped and propped up. She's really nice. We get her on the move, and she has a tendency to kind of get her hind legs up underneath her and then wants to roll up just a little bit more on her top. Probably doesn't feel like her hind feet are real comfortable to me when she sits down on this surface, but we get her stopped. I think our body length is good. Her shape is really good. Just need to make her a little sounder off her hind leg.
Okay, winning that class is Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County with a March heifer. Second goes to Baker Beamer from Wayne, and third is Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County. Again, a very competitive class.
And results of Class 63, all other breeds, receiving a blue ribbon today.
Now we have four.
Cisco from Pawnee County. Second purple goes to Baker Beamer from Wayne County, and first purple to Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County.
Okay, we have AOB January, February's. Four in the class. They're all February's. We'll have Lawson Gall, Kason Drews, Tina Libby, and Ashlyn Wendell. Then we'll pick a champion AOB and get to the crossbreds.
The young lady will win closest to me, and again, the primary reason is obviously she's got, I think a nice look to her, but just so much better in terms of movement. I like her length of hip. That sets down on her hind leg, really pretty nice from the side. So the kind we search for in every class, we're able to do so again in this class here. Our young man that ends up in second, we get him stopped, and she might be just a little bit nicer up through her throat and her chest region. She's a big, stout heifer that's really pretty burly when you get up on her. She struggles just a little bit more when we put her on the move off both ends, but maybe more so off her hind leg than what we have here in our class winner. Another heifer is just a little bit headstrong out here, hard to get a real good read on her. She probably doesn't balance out quite as nicely from the side because of the crest of her neck, a little steeper up into her shoulder. But that's a big, powerful female that's just got a lot of substance. Little mini Hereford, nice. Yearling man's doing a good job with her. Again, body volume's good on her. She's where she needs to be in terms of framework. I would like to give her a little better feet, maybe a little bit more bone underneath her to kind of accommodate the body that she has. But another nice entry here in our mini division.
Okay, winning that class was Tinley Luby from Seward. Second was Lawson Gall. Third goes to Ashlyn Winnell. And fourth goes to Kason Drews. Now we're going to have the champion AOB. She'll bring back Cooper Lindstrom from the first class, Baker Bremer, and Tinley Luby.
We'll now have Tinley return to the ring with Cooper Lindstrom from class 63.
And Lawson Gall.
The selection of our all other breeds champion and reserve champion heifer and overall third place in the all other breed division. Again, this is Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County representing class 63 and Tinley Luby from Seward County representing class 64 in our all other breeds championship drag.
And again, outside of the mini Hereford in the last class, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. But other than that, we really just don't have any information on what these are. I just got to believe we're looking at limmies and limb flex and just didn't have enough to compete them in one class. I will say for a man, for only having 7 AOB heifers, there's a pair up here that challenge anybody to judge. There's a very, very good pair of females out there.
We're not certain what breeds we have. It really makes no difference. So we have 2 very nice class winners. They end up being the sounder heifers in the class. Our first winner here, just a really well-balanced heifer. Everything is assembled so nice from the side. Really a feminine head, a nice shape to her neck. Like the middle third. She goes from her blade into her forerib. She really blends very nicely. Just a really, really good female. Obviously, the last heifer, big and long. I love that hip. I like the length of hip, the design of her hind leg. Maybe just not quite as special up through the front third of her body and the way she sends it into her forerib, but I think she's a very nice one as well. So our champion will be out of Class 1. The reserve will be out of Class 2, and then our third overall will be the young man turning here that was second in our Class 2. So congratulations to the 3 of you. Very nice job here in the AOB division.
Okay, champion goes to Cooper Lindstrom, and reserve goes to Tinley Luby. And I believe Lawson Gall from Colfax County was third.
And the champions of our all other breed division. Great champion all other breeds heifer goes to Cooper Lindstrom from class 63 from Phelps County. Reserve champion goes to Tinley Luby from class 64. Tinley's from Seward County. And third place overall goes to Lawson Gall, who is your second purple in class 64. Congratulations to our all other breeds champions.
Okay, now we're going into the commercial heifers, and these we have by weight. Commercial heifers here going from weight from 341 to 942.
There are 8 heifers in this class weighing between 341 and 942 pounds.
Starting to, I guess, the right or the far end. Leading the class in Troy Lindquist from Douglas Sarpy County. And we have Gentry Zwingman, John Zwingman, Ella Miller, Emily Johnston, Baylor Taki, Zoe Melander, and McKaylee Holisack. Again, weights all the way from 341 to 942. There are 6 classes of commercial heifers. going all the way up to 1,505 pounds. And as soon as, I assume just as soon as the commercials are done, they'll be picking selection of the Supreme heifer in reserve.
As we get started in our commercials, we have, I think, the best built one, the nicest balanced one, the best structured one here to win the class. She's got nice presence out here in the ring. She's not quite as highly fitted as some that we've had, but I think good cattle are built like this, and I really like the way she comes out of her shoulder blade and her top line, her forerib. Just got a nice skeleton on both ends in terms of her length of step. The red heifer and the paint are an awful lot alike, except the problems that we find in them, I don't find them to be quite as accentuated demonstrated here in the red heifer. I think that one there is just a little nicer in her shoulder and right in behind it. Really youthful looking. You know, she's not going to have this much power as the paint behind her, but I think right now the challenge is going to be for the paint. Are we going to be able to hold everything together right in behind her shoulder? And she's just amped up enough when we get her on the lead. She really fights it and doesn't handle her hip and hind leg quite as nicely as we need to. So again, those two are an awful lot alike. I just thought this one was just kind of made a little better in the areas that we want to improve upon. Obviously, the paint is really big and stout. The next all, the black heifer, body length is good. I think just based on the maturity of her head, I don't think she has quite enough rib for what I perceive as her age. And again, just as that comes along, hopefully here with some time, we can certainly move her up because she's made a little better out of her shoulder and right up in through her top line. This is a little calf. We could bump her up a notch or two. She's got some nice pieces to her, really nice looking. Again, is she going to be sound enough out of her front end? Time tells. It's hard to say on these little babies. It'd be a lot easier to pull the halters and let them run around out here and get a better idea of what they really are structurally. The next three cattle here are just a little coarse. The silver heifer in particular with her udder and her coarseness, I just like to refine her up. The other two calves here, there's a little more depth of body, a little more frame, but really all three of them, if we could change just a little bit in terms of structure, I think it makes them more competitive here in this first class. So good class. I think a nice, very usable female up here on the top end.
And results of Class 65 commercial breeding heifers in the red ribbon group today: John Zwingman, Antelope County; Gentry Zwingman, Antelope County. In our blue ribbon group, Emily Johnston, Box Butte County; Troy Lindquist, Douglas Sarpy.
Okay, winning that class goes to McKaylee Holisek from Madison County. Second goes to Ella Miller from Cass County with a pretty red heifer. The paint heifer goes third is Zoe Melander from Merritt County. Fourth is Baylor Tucky. Fifth goes to Troy Lindquist. Sixth to Emily Johnson. Seventh to Gentry Zwingman. And eighth to John Zwingman. In now class 66, which is heifers weighing 1,000 to 1,080. Another 8 heifer we got in order. Light to heavy, they come out light to heavy. And in order, we've got Addison Stump. 1620 right in front of the camera is Shia Rasmussen from Howard County. Then Michael Warland, Jacksbergen, Zane Kojal, Renee Reimers, Raylan Lineman, and Emily Johnson rounding out the class. Or Johnston, excuse me, Emily Johnston from Box Butte County running out the class. Again, these are heifers weighing 1,000 to 1,080, second class of commercials. The one thing about these commercial heifers, you got every kind, size, and sort, and it's challenging. I mean, I can assure you, it is absolutely challenging to have to judge these, because coming in by weight, really the only fair way you can do it. But it's kind of one of those deals, if you can't find one that you like, or you can't find one that you hate, you don't like cattle. It looks like Ryland Lineman pulling in first at this point. Jax Bergen from Hamilton County pulling in second. I apologize, I missed the young lady in third.
Variation, different kinds, and again, one is just a little more ladylike in my opinion with her smoothness. She blends together very nice. Certainly within the group, not perfect in her feet, but far better than the rest that we have in here, and I think that enables her to really look a little more comfortable as we get her out here on the lead. The next one, the red one's a really stout one, a big shaped up back and a big hip. I like the rib cage. Standing here, there's a lot of things about her one can sure like. I'm not just a big fan of her feet. She's just a little too short in her toes and they kind of curl in together, and maybe just a little steep in her hock. But again, some things, we start checking all the things that are positive about her. We get them stopped out here. I think she's one that we sure need to get up here in our top pair. Silver heifer, we have actually a lot of heifers here in this class that we're going to have some issues down the road with their feet, just by the way they're shaped right now. The silver heifer's length is good, really smooth up into her shoulder, just not as big and strong in her pin set and from the side like we have in the red heifer, but I like her smoothness, I like her body length, and that really became a little bit more of a closer placing for me because of that in those two. The other paint heifer, maybe more like the red one in terms of just power and shape, but maybe a little finer bone, not as nice in her underline when you get back into her flank, and her, like a couple heifers here behind her, we just need to have a better hoof structure underneath her. This next bigger heifer, just some time. She's got the framework, we just haven't kind of filled her in yet with some maturity and some extra feed. I think it'll sure improve that one. The next heifer we moved up, and she's a little hard-headed out here, doesn't want to show as well. Her body depth and smoothness is good. A little extra set to her hind leg, just not quite as coordinated in her stride. And the same with the blaze face heifer. I like this one up through the front third of her body. She's just a little too shallow. And then her little Hereford marked heifer down here on the end, she definitely has more body depth. Her length of body is really good, but kind of low-headed, not quite as stout and strong off her hind leg as we put her on the lead.
Okay, winning that class, Raylan Lineman from Franklin County. Second goes to Jax Bergen from Hamilton County. Third goes to Renee Reimers, Merritt County. Fourth to Shia Rasmussen. Fifth to Zane Kojal. Sixth to Michael Worland. Seventh to Addison Stump. Eighth to Emily Johnson. And that's the end of it. Okay, coming in now, we're going to have class 67. These heifers weighing 1105 to 1163.
Renee Reimers from Merritt County and Shia Rasmussen from Howard County. And receiving Commercial heifers. Heifers in this class weigh between 1105 and 1163. 7 entries today in class 67.
getting late enough. It's a challenge for some of these younger kids. A very nice heifer here. We've got her nicely presented. Maybe a tick fat for me, but really strong in terms of her bone work, her real dimension. You get inside this one here, and her rib cage and her hip, I think, is good, and handles it pretty nice too in terms of feet and legs. So hopefully the heifer will get just a little better attitude in this final run, because I think there's a lot of good things about her. The next heifer, just a really fresh, lean heifer that's mobile. She doesn't have the heart, the forerib, and doesn't have the bloom either at this first one. But I think even if we did put a little extra cover on her, I don't think we're going to read that one to be as burly and powerful as the one that's going to beat you. But she stands second because of her structural correctness and their ability to get out here and really look pretty comfortable on the go. Move this one up. I think the angle of her shoulder, again, the ability to reach out and take a step out of her front end is a little more accurate than the silver heifer. Her body length is good. I would like to set her up a little differently on her hind leg. One of those, again, from the show ring. It's not perfect. From just a regular old commercial production system, I think it'll be fine, okay? But we'd like to maybe just make it a little snappier from the side. Silver heifer, really powerful and stopped. This young lady does a nice job in getting her presented. She's a little straight off both ends, and we're kind of showing her a tick full, so it's kind of just tightening everything up that's there to begin with. But in really nice looking, big top, big ended, some fun things to work with. I just want to change her structure a bit more to get her up to where I had her originally there in third. The next heifer, long and feminine, nice enough structure. We just need to get more middle third in her, okay? I think hopefully it'll come with time, and she's got some nice pieces to work with. The paint heifer is a bigger, heavier bone female, just a little plainer from the side, not quite as snappy about her front end, gets a little easier down her top. And then I like the red heifer's length. Her depth of body's good. A nickel frail out here, doesn't have quite the pin width from behind, but the smoothness and depth of body is a real strength of that particular red heifer.
And results from Class 67, receiving red ribbons today: Emmett Schaefer from Holt County, Reagan Graham, Colfax County, Karina Smirda from Howard County. Karina receives a blue. In our blue ribbon group, Karina Smirda from Howard County, Ava Myers from Hamilton County, and Trina Pearson from Dawson County. And receiving purple ribbons today: second purple to Caitlin Evans from Gosper County, and first purple to Dean Johnson, from Burt County. We now have Class 68 in the ring. Commercial heifers, Class 68. Heifers in this class weigh between 1188 and 1280. And we do have 9 exhibitors today in Class 68.
Another class we'd like to blend the goods that we have in these first two cattle. The little black heifer, just for a balanced perspective, I think kind of puts it together a little nicer. And it's because of her midsection. You know, she's a little deeper in her heart and her flank. As we watch these two cattle move, and this is where we always get into some real heated discussions, I prefer her hind leg, and I know for a lot of you, you think it's a little too much set, and you would rather have one that's a little straight. But for me in my country, I want one that's got a little extra set to it if we have to make that decision. And so basically, on the move is where I thought she just kind of had enough of an advantage as I compare to the gold heifer, because once we get them stopped, then I think it becomes a much closer decision. We got a little bigger heifer, certainly long-bodied, a big old caboose on this one here when you get right in behind her, but just a little tight off both ends and just doesn't reach her stride as comfortable as I personally would like to see. But two really high-quality heifers, and the heifer in third, we keep her in the purple category, easily the most elegant heifer of the group. Got a really nice head and ear and shoulder on her. You know, there's enough body. I think where we get into some discussion as we get in behind her, does she have enough real body width and hip in her, and then certainly we go to underneath in the bone work, maybe not quite as powerful, but that's a nice heifer, and I thought sure enough quality, we need to keep her up here in the purples. The next baldy heifer, I like her standing. She's good looking, she's muscular, she's smooth, but just again the way she's constructed off her hind leg and down off her feet doesn't hit me quite as good when we put her on the lead. I moved this other baldy heifer up a notch. I like that one in her forerib, her depth of flank, length of body's really good. I probably felt like as she moved, she had a tendency to keep her pins up a little nicer than the solid black heifer. They're very similar. They're big stature cattle that have some length. In fact, the solid black heifer is nice up and through her shoulder. I like her length. As we watch her move, though, she has a tendency to get her hind legs up underneath her a bit more and just doesn't stay quite as good into her pin set. A good cow here next. It's deep-bodied and long, just a little too much front in relation to her hip, and it has a tendency to throw her out of balance. Better-looking heifer the young man has. We just need to put a little more capacity in that one and substance, and then we have plenty of volume in the next heifer. Just need to lean her up a little bit. Good class, challenging, but I think a really nice group up here on the top end.
In our red ribbon group today, Allie Randall from Red Willow County, Talon Payne, Boxview County, and Ella Graff from Stanton County. Receiving blue ribbons in Class 68, McKinley Hawk from Gosford County.
Okay, winning that class, Wacy Lange from Kearney. Second goes to Jersey Schmidt, also from Kearney County. Third goes to McCoy Ernst from Colfax County. Fourth to Javin Erickson in Antelope County. Fifth was McKinley Hawk. Sixth, Grayson Cross. Seventh went to Aaliyah Randell. Seventh to Talon Payne, and seventh to Elan Randell, eighth to Talon Payne, and ninth to Ella Graff. Again, winning the class was Wacy Lange from Kearney County, and second in that class, Jersey Schmidt, also from Kearney County. In the ring now, you'll be your fifth class of commercial heifers weighing 1294 to 1352. We have Michael Selting, Tanner Ahrens, Cameron Peterson, Kaylin Beller, Hadley Reimers, Ashlyn Wolken, and Liam Craddock. Again, weighing 1294 to 1352. Getting kind of into the big stout power cows now. And again, there's one more class following this, and then I assume they're getting them lined up. We should have the Supreme very, very shortly after that. They're going to pick the top five. And I would anticipate, it looks to me like they've got them pretty well lined up and chomping at the bit to get there. It looks like there's going to be I don't think there's going to be any wait. We're getting later in the day, and again, it surely isn't anybody's fault. They started right away at 8 o'clock this morning. Dr. Shockey's been working almost all day. Got a little break after senior showmanship while they finished up intermediate and junior in the other ring. But, boy, I'm telling you what, it was a absolute this is as many people. I've been coming every year, and I'm 59. I can't remember not going to the Nebraska State Fair. And that's as many people watching showmanship, and in this barn at 10 o'clock this morning, as many kids participating in showmanship as I believe I can remember any time. I mean, it's always good participation, but boy, it was good and it was hard. They had a lot of classes, and then they had semis and finals, and it just, there ain't anything you can do about it. There's a lot of cattle here. Our numbers are, I'm sure, consistently up. I've heard at least 250 breeding heifers today. I don't have a absolute confirmed official number, but there are a lot of them. I mean, it's which is great to see.
Nice class. I breathe a little easier now. And again, I've struggled just a little bit in our commercial division. Then these cattle walk in, these two in particular. I think it's refreshing. We can get a little more excited here. And I think this pair is really pretty close. There's just some little things that make the difference to me, and it's the quality of the look, particularly in the pins, the tailhead. We get in behind them. The design of the hind leg from the side, whether she's standing or traveling, it's just some little things like that that just give her the extras here in the show ring. So good enough, her shoulder. I think if I was to change that one, I'd lay her shoulder back and we could give her just a little more sweep to her rib like we have in this heifer here in second. But again, not too straight shoulder, not too shallow. It's just if we're going to make that one, kingpin perfect, I think that's what we would do. It's a big stout rascal here in second, and yet still great length of neck. I like that one's blade and the way she sets it back into her spine. She's good in her knee. I think plenty of rib cage. She doesn't have the quality of hair coat, but I think as we work back into her pins and her tailhead, the set of her hind leg, just not quite as fuzzy for me when we get her off the side here and watch her. But I like that one, especially up in the front third of her body, and she couples it with just a big old midsection to her as well. This heifer in third, I think another really nice one that just isn't there yet. She's better on her feet and legs than what we have here in fourth. Her body length is good. This is one that just needs some time and maturity and get more midsection to her to kind of accommodate the extra frame that she has. But nice female in terms of feet and legs. I thought that's where she kind of sorted in here at the third hole. Standing, I'd be inclined to switch them because I think this one's got a lot of presence out here in the ring. Nice cute head and neck, a nice underline, very smooth. She's got some issues with her rear feet, and then as we watch her move, you can see it kind of affects her. I don't think she's real comfortable in those toes and the way they come to the surface. But standing there, I think that's a really, really nice heifer. And then we have, I think, a real cow one here that's maybe a nickel fine bone and a little steeper up in her shoulder, but I like her smoothness. I like her depth of body. She'll be pretty sensible, I think, in terms of a mature size. We step up on frame in the next heifer, but her length is good, and I think she blends a little nicer and from her neck into her shoulder. I like her length of hip. The heifer that winds up this class is a lot stouter when you get in behind her, but just a little more coarseness. And again, I think all three of these could be changed a bit off their hind leg to maybe make them closer to ideal. But a good class and certainly a very, very nice pair up here on the top end to discuss.
Okay, winning that class is Liam Craddock from Seward County. Second goes to Hadley Reimers from Lancaster County. Third goes to Cameron Peterson. Fourth to Kaylin Beller. Fifth to Tanner Ahrens. Sixth to Michael Celtic. Seventh to Ashley Wolkin. And that brings us to the last class of commercial heifers in the day. We got 5 head in this class. These big old girls are weighing 1420 to 1505. We have Caton Swingman, Colin Beckemeyer, Owen Lawson, Dylan Schutt, and Maddie Brown.
Between 1420 and 1505.
And again, this is the last class of commercial heifers. When this class is done, we'll pick our top 3 commercials, and I am sure they will roll right into the Supreme Champion. If you're watching at home or looking and wondering how long this is going to be, I'm going to say it's not very long. Dr. Shockey sure grabbed a gear here at through these commercial heifers he's been rolling, and rightfully so. It's pretty straightforward. He's had some really good ones to start the classes, but with as many classes and as many different breaks, it sure is. There's lots of different types and kinds, and they come to the front of the classes pretty simply, it looks like to me. We got a happy 4-H'er in first. Gives this heifer a pat. Like to see that. That is Owen Lawson from Dawson County starting the class. And Matty Brown from Scotts Bluff going second if he leaves them that way. He hasn't changed his mind a whole lot. I'd say that's probably pretty close. Dylan Schutt from Pierce is third. Keaton Swingman is fourth, and Colin Beckemeyer is fifth.
Haven't made many switches up here on the top end. We have to here on this last class. I think as I walked in behind him and kind of study him from the top side, I thought maybe this heifer that ends up winning the class is just a little too chubby, and I think she's still a little too chubby, but she can swallow the one in second because of her rib cage. That thing just got a mammoth body shape to her, a big hip. You get in behind her, her hip width and pin width is quite a bit stouter than the heifer we have here in second. Neither one of them are what I would call just real limber-legged. I mean, they're okay, but to win the class here, but I'd like to loosen them up. And again, there's just too much cow here to get around. The freshness of conditioning probably belongs to the heifer here in second, but we sacrificed quite a bit more rib cage and stoutness in terms of her heart and her rib, and certainly in behind, not quite as big and powerful from behind. But that's a nice heifer. I think those two are really pretty close. They both need to be limbered up just a little bit more as they travel. Really long-fronted, up-fronted heifer here that body length is nice. A little sharper in her hock, a little frailer bone, just not quite as appealing off her hind leg as she goes, but certainly like the front third of that female. The next two heifers are a little heavier condition, a little frailer in their bone. I thought the solid black heifer maintained her levelness a little nicer down her top than the Baldy. The Baldy's really big and deep, and we get all this condition melted out of her. She's going to have a pretty nice udder, I think, but just a little tight up in her top. And both those females, they like to freshen up just a little bit in their conditioning.
He must have heard me no more than I say that, and Dr. Shockey makes a liar out of me. Switched that top pair and started with Matty Brown from Scotts Bluff, and probably as he should have. I would say second goes to Owen Lawson from Dawson County, third Dylan Shutt, fourth goes to Caton Zwingman, and fifth goes to Colin Brokemeyer. Now we're going to bring in all of the 8 class winners in selection of the champion commercial heifer.
Following the selection of our champions in the commercial division, we will go straight into selecting our champion supreme heifer along with
out of class 1, we've got McKaylee Holisek from Madison County.
Returning to the ring.
Class 2, Raylan Lenneman from Franklin County. Class 3, Dean Johnson from Burt County. Class 4 is Class 4 is Wacy Lange from Kearney County. Class 5 is Liam Craddock from Seward. And again, the last heifer in the class, Matty Brown, that we just saw in Scottsbluff County. So again, going down the line, the first heifer weight, they show these again by weight. First heifer weighs 942. The 1,000-pounder, the 1,000-pound class 2 champion weighs 1078, Riley Linemans, and then so far down the line, Dean Johnson, third with a white-bellied heifer. Let's see, fourth in line is Wasey Lange from Kearney. And we are making a lot of circles.
Kids and cattle are getting tired. My knees are getting stiff, so it's time to move the show along. Again, nice. We got into some of these middle classes here, and I thought the things started to pick up in terms of quality. These two heifers that came out of the same class, they're my favorites. Young man, you're going to have the champion. Congratulations to you. Blonde leading blonde's going to be reserved. Congratulations to you. And then we're going to come up here, a young man that's got a white flanked heifer, kind of getting beat up just a little bit. Yeah, the good Nebraska shirt. He's going to be third overall. Give them all a nice hand. Congratulations on a really nice outing here in our commercial division.
So our champion commercial heifer goes to Liam Craddock, reserved to Hadley Reimers. And third goes to Dean Johnson from Burke County.
Also comes out of class 69 and is exhibited by Hadley Reimers from Lancaster County. And your third place overall comes from class 67 and is exhibited by Dean Johnson from Burke County. Congratulations.
Okay, I'm gonna count on our big voice lady here to introduce all these champions. We're getting ready for the Supreme Champion. They're gonna pick the top 5.
Fifth overall champion heifer.
Give you a little bit of a rundown here.
And we'd really like to thank everyone who's been helping.
Our Angus heifer coming back will be shown by Hadley Hartman.
Jamie Ingram is the extension assistant.
Our champion Charolais heifer went to Micah Mueller from Lancaster County. Our champion Charolais Composite was Laney Trowernick from Gage County. Champion Key went to Hadley Dunkow. I apologize, I missed the Gelbvies. And champion Hereford heifer was Chesney Prince.
Our breeding help today comes from the University of Nebraska Lincoln.
Maintainer heifer went to Blaine Dunklau. Red Angus heifer went to Preston Hartman. Shorthorn breeding heifer was also Blaine Dunklau. The Shorthorn Plus was Graham Johnson. And the Simmental heifers, the highs also went to Laney Trowernick, and the foundation heifers went to Luke Katz. And then as we just saw, the champion AOBs, Cooper Lindstrom, and the champion commercial heifer just went to Liam Craddock. And again, if you're just
we'd like to talk specifically about our Supreme Breeding Heifer Show. We'd like to recognize all of the sponsors of our 2025 Breeding Heifer Show. Take a moment to thank them when you get a chance. The Supreme Champion Breeding Heifer is sponsored by Pinnacle Banks of Nebraska, and our Reserve Champion Breeding Heifer is sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Superintendents today, Caitlin Kennedy, who's a Nebraska Extension educator in Richardson County. Assistant Superintendents Jill Lingard.
Okay, and I'm sure we'll hear him adjudged again, but our judge today, if you're joining us late, is Dr. Scott Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. Scott is almost, you could say, world-renowned, probably one of the, I feel like, more qualified leaders of livestock individuals and judges of anybody you can ask for. Scott spent 32 years at Kansas State University, heading up the judging team for 25 of those years. In those 25 years, he guided 5 national champions teams and numerous champions throughout the country, and many and a tremendous number of young men that have went on to him and went on to judging careers of their own and very successful careers of their own. Scott said he is judged in 44 states and 3 foreign countries, including Canada, South America, and Mexico. He's now retired from college so he can work full time. He and his 2 sons live in Westmoreland, Kansas, and raise Simmental cattle. Scott has a production sale in the fall and also puts on a customer appreciation sale in December. Alrighty, and I think we're about ready to go. Jockey, you look tired. Scott, you look tired, buddy. How are you? Hey, I'm getting skinnier. I've been agreeing with you mostly, but I ain't scared to say what I. Okay, coming in the ring now, the champion Angus heifers, Hadley Hartman. Following with our purebred Charolais heifer is Micah Mueller. Laney Trarnick's exhibiting the Charolais Composite. And then we have Hadley Dunklau with her champion Key. Who won the Gelbvies? Carson Brooks with her champion Gelbvieh and the Balancer. Paige Kolowaski. Okay, and then Chesney Prince with her with a champion Hereford heifer. Behind the Hereford heifer, we have the champion High Main. That is Ivy Johnson. Maintainer Blaine Dunklau. Red Angus Preston Hartman. And Shorthorn, also a Dunklau. Which one? That's Blaine Dunklau as well. And then the Shorthorn Plus goes to Graham Johnson. Coming in behind the Black Plus is the champion High Percentage Simmental, also exhibited by Laney Trarnick. Our Foundation Simmental heifer exhibited by Luke Katz. And then our AOB follows him, Mr. Cooper Lindstrom. And then rounding out the order is our champion commercial heifer that we just saw by Liam Craddock. And again, I know the pedigree on a few of these, but not enough. I don't want to say some and not the others or get them wrong or mixed up. But I do know there's several of these that have done very well and competed on a national level this summer, made the top 1, 2, or surely the top 5 in quite a few different junior nationals. And this is a tremendous herd. I believe Dr. Shockey's done a great job lining him up. And we'll let him pick his champion. I'm going to just be quiet, and I imagine champion's coming pretty fast. Scott said his knees are sore and his head is tired. He's got to cut silage tomorrow. So I think we're getting closer to done.
And congratulations to all of our champions and reserve champions. We are well represented in the breeding area in the 2025 Nebraska State Fair Breeding Contest Supreme Champion Drive. Representing the Angus class, champion Hadley Hartman from Johnson County. From the Charolais division, Micah Mueller, Lancaster County. From the Char Composite class, Laney Tronick, Gage County. From the Key class, Hadley Dunklau from Wayne County. From the Gelbvieh class, Carson Brooks from Odo County. From your Balancer class, Paige Walahoski from Dawson County. Your Hereford champion, Chesney Prince from Cumming County. Your champion Main Anjou, Ivy Johnson from Burt County. Champion maintainer, Blaine Dunklau from Wayne County. Champion Red Angus, Preston Hartman from Johnson County. Champion Shorthorn, Blaine Dunklau from Wayne County. Shorthorn Plus champion, Hadley Dostal from Colfax County. Simmental champion, Laney Tronick from Gage County. Foundation Simmental champion, Luke Katz from Gage County.
Your champion, all other breeds, Cooper Lindstrom from Phelps County, and your commercial champion, Liam Craddock from Seward County. And let's take a moment to thank our judge. Dr. Scott Shockey is from Westmoreland, Kansas, and he has been with us all day long doing a great job with our exhibitors and evaluating our cattle. Let's give him a warm Nebraska thank you.
Well, it's been a joy, a pleasure. It's been a long time since I've been up here. Y'all have not let up on the competition. Just brutal good up here. And this heifer show has been outstanding. Every class had something in there to work with, and every breed we have outstanding champions. I pulled out here 6. One's going to end up with the short straw, not make our top 5, but these were the ones that I thought for me within their breed. And you know, the supreme deal, there's all different ways to go about it. You know, you can come here and say, well, I'm going to pick the best animal. I think I have 6 really good animals out here. I'm going to pick the one that I think best represents their breed. And I think there's one out here that's just, again, at that next level in the particular breed that they represent. And so we'll get to that here in a second. But I want to thank my help. I know the superintendents were getting a little nervous early on about we're not going to get done until midnight. And I said, well, let's get them up to the ring quicker because I can do it as fast as we want, but we were having a bit of a struggle. But now you guys kicked her in high gear, and we got her up here in good shape. So, like just one thing I want to mention, and I know I kind of got on a young man for being upset with me for standing second in class. And I want us to always remember that every day when we get up, we're very fortunate that we get to do this. And you're very fortunate as families that you get to do this because here in the last few days, we've lost what I would consider two of our greatest breeders and leaders in our industry here. And so I hope that all of us in this small world of showing cattle, and trust me, as big as you think this world is, we are a very, very small part of our industry. But I hope that we all keep, the Thomas family and certainly Pembrooks in our thoughts and prayers because I guarantee it, standing second in a class in a heifer show like this is no big deal. Because if you belong to those two families, you would realize what's really important. So I want to mention that because those were both friends of mine and friends of all of ours. You betcha. And just keep them in your thoughts and prayers. So long day, great day. Again, there's all different things you can do. I've never figured out that there's a real perfect recipe for the supreme deal. But for me, I like using purebred cattle if we can because I think it's harder to raise purebreds than it is crossbreds or composite breeds, okay? They can even make me look pretty smart when we're raising crossbreds, but purebreds are the next thing that's really pretty challenging to get done. So I think that red Angus heifer is absolutely outstanding within her breed. Let's give that little fella here a nice hand. Congratulations. Best of luck.
Congratulations to your Supreme Champion heifer from the Red Angus Division, Preston Hertman from Johnson County. And your reserve champion Supreme heifer is your Angus Division champion, exhibited by Hadley Hartman from Johnson County. We now return our reserve champion Angus heifer to the ring, Grayson Arbuck from York County. And your third place overall comes from the Angus Division, Grayson Arbuck from York County. Fourth place overall goes to your Hereford champion, Chesney Prince from Cumming County. And your 5th place overall comes from our Charolais Composite class, Lainey Trenick from Gage County. Congratulations to all of the exhibitors. Good job to everyone.
Well, folks, that's a wrap for the evening. Again, Preston Hartman's Red Angus champion, Hadley Hartman's Angus Reserve. Grayson Arbuck follows with Reserve Angus in the 3rd hole. Chesney Prince is Hereford's 4th. Laney Tronick's Composite Charolais was 5th. Again, thank you everybody for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early at 8 o'clock for the Market Steer Show. Have a great day.